Jesus Christ. It's been a long night, but hey, I'm here to talk about my Giants as per usual. Jesus Christ. I don't know what we're going to do in the draft. I'm more than comfortable getting a receiver like Zay Flowers. I'm comfortable with that. But this is like the first time in forever where we can go whatever direction we feel like, whether we draft a guy like Joey Porter or I don't know, a linebacker or a receiver, who knows. But hey, what's up, country?
What's up, my man?
How you
Yeah,
doing?
nah, I'm good, bro. I'm trying to see if I can, because I know Dre's at work, so I'm trying to send him an invite to here, but I can't seem to do it. But yeah, no, I think that free agency is going to, I don't think they're going to spend a boatload of money, but I do think they're going to try to do some things in that actually shapes out what they do in the draft. So stop. So it's gonna be interesting. I mean, yeah, I am concerned about Saquon though. See, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That if they, I don't know if they tag him or if they let him walk. I mean, they got a lot of interesting things going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, if we just take care of our in-house guys first, then I think we're able to just sign at least two or three, just like, well, not necessarily like huge names, but just at least solid names that'll help elevate the roster a little bit. Like I know we've been talking about receivers and this and that. Like I just don't care what their height is. I just want dynamic receivers that are gonna elevate the wide receiver room all around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what. I mean, look, the bottom line is we need an outside threat, whether it's through the draft, through free agency. They have to upgrade the wide receiver room. I mean, there's no way that we can go into next season with even half of what we have. Like I'm ready to get rid of all of those dudes. Except for Wandale. He's coming back just because he's on. He's look. They moved up to draft him, right? Didn't they move up in the draft to get him?
Let's see. He was drafted in the second round. I believe he was drafted at number. I think it was either 41 or 42. I believe.
I can't. I feel like they either moved. It might be that I'm overthinking it. That they either moved up to get him, or they just took him. Maybe it was that they took him um, sooner than what most people thought they should have.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, he's not going anywhere, and I'm okay with that. I mean, I think he's going to be pretty good for us.
Exactly. Like, let's take a look at the receiver room, man. I mean, you have Slayton, who's gonna be a free agent. We already know that Sterling Shepard is a free agent. I heard the headlines today that he was a free agent. And then you got to take a look at Richie James, who's also a free agent. Like, there's just free agents. Like, that's three agents on the receiver room. I mean, we're already keeping Hodgins. We're already keeping Wandale, who I like. Well, who I enjoy. And then uh, it's just bleak. I mean, we do have Colin Johnson, but I don't know what the jury is on him. And then Like I have no idea, man. We just gotta elevate this receiver room. I don't care who we get. Like we just like I just want dynamic, man. Yeah, I know. I understand the height. You know, I understand the height can be important to an extent. Like you have guys like a Mike Evans who we just described, and then I talked about a Keenan Allen type of guy. But I just want explosiveness in the receiver room, don't you?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think you gotta have that guy that defenses respect, and so let's say we keep Saquon. And so we have to make it where they can't just bring 8 men down in the box and they don't respect the deep threat or they don't respect the tight end. I mean that's the thing is you got to have something where you can spread the field because here's the thing if you can get some outside threats and then the defense has to honor that and let's say they do bring Saquon back, dude, that's going to open up so much for him and if they can get that offensive line right, I mean, you're probably going to see, like a rookie type Saquon Barkley. He may not be as fast as he used to be, but I don't see a lot of running backs running 60 and 70 and 80 yards down the field every week in the NFL anyway, because everybody on the field is fast. You know what I mean? So if he can average 6 yards a carry, that's pretty dang good. And I think his
I
average this year
absolutely,
was
yep.
like 5.8, 5.6, something like that.
I absolutely agree. See, I want a guy where Daniel Jones feels comfortable, or a few guys that I want Daniel Jones to feel comfortable. Just like he doesn't even necessarily have to sling it, but I just want him to do what Eli did to OBJ. Because look at what OBJ did for Eli when he came to the league, when we drafted him. Like you see how defenses respected OBJ when he had somebody to throw it to. Do you see what
Oh
I
yeah.
mean? We can't like listen. As much as I love Barkley, we can't keep tiring him out like this. And it started to show in the later part of the season, especially after the bye week. You saw how tired Barkley was when he was just carrying the ball. Like that's one of the reasons why he had less carries going well, excuse me, toward the end of the season than what he started out with.
Well, and that's the thing. If you look at the overall, so what would be nice is if they could find a good complementary back for him. The word, like you say, he doesn't get as many carries, and you can use him wisely. You can use him in ways that keeps him healthy. Um, and so you need a different style back. You don't need a back that's just like him. You need somebody that can do some things that he can't do, which again makes your defense honor your run game no matter who's in there. But then they also, if you've got the outside threat, they have to honor that as well. And that's something we hadn't had in a long time. I mean, we just hadn't had anything where people felt like they had to respect. And I mean, a tight end, like, gosh, man, I want us to have a tight. I want us to have a tight end that, and of course, asking for a tight end like Kelsey's probably a little much, but somebody that can force the defense to say, okay, we've got to worry about this, this, and this, and they don't have to be world beaters. They just have to be respectable, where the teams have to respect them.
Like their physicality at the line of scrimmage, it has to be met. You're right. And going back to the complimentary back thing, we haven't had complimentary back since freaking Ahmad Bradshaw and Brandon
Yep.
Jacobs. And I thought coming in Matt Breida, like I don't like, which is why I'm not understanding why we won't utilize Matt Breida more often, because I've seen what he can do, what he did in San Fran, and I'm not understanding why we can't utilize Breida in the same way that he was utilized in San Fran. That's what I want. Like I just don't want Barkley to be this third down back situation. Like why not take some load work off of him and then we can utilize Breida more often.
Well, I was surprised about, and like I said, it's maybe it's in the way that they used him, but like I was wanting to see Breida speed, and I felt like they never really set him up for us to be able to see his speed at work on the field. Um, and you know, of course, we don't know why they do and why they don't do certain things that we would like to see them do because I mean they're in practice, they know what these guys can do. But yeah, I was a little disappointed in Breida. Um, so I don't think he'll be back, but they're going to definitely have to find someone to to take that spot.
I agree, but the question is who are they going to take? I mean, I'm looking at the free agents for this running back class. Uh, it's I would say it's a pretty not pretty long list, but it's just enough, you know. Well, I don't see us picking up a running back in free agency. I maybe in the draft, but we definitely have to compliment Barkley more often. So that I agree
I
with
tell
you.
you who I like. It's a guy. I think his last name is Mims. It's like It's Mims, but he plays for San Jose State. And that kid, I saw him in the Senior Bowl, and yeah, I liked him. Like this dude was, he had some good size to him. He had some speed to him. I don't know a whole lot about him, but just from what I saw in the game, um, yeah, he looked nice. So, but yeah, you got. I mean, you, there's certain things that I see other teams do, and I'm like, how come our back never gets open in the backfield, or they can do a little dump off pass, or comes out of the backfield and there's nobody around them. I mean, we saw that maybe one or two times this season, but
But not a
not
lot.
a lot, not a lot. And I'm like, well, how come you can't do that at least one or two times a game? Come on. And they just never. Um, we never got him in the passing game consistently. And maybe that's because they were just trying to keep him in there for the run, you know. That's what I'm saying. We don't necessarily know the rhyme or reasons why they do or don't do the things that we think they should, but it's more of, I guess, if you think about Kansas City's offense and you think about Buffalo's offense and you see those guys come together, then there's certain things that you expect to see. Um, and you would even think like a dump off pass with the offensive line being in the shape that it was in, like you would want to do a little bit more dump off passes to the running back because your wide receivers aren't getting open.
Absolutely, and I'm relating this to the Super Bowl. I was watching the Chiefs, right? They were basically doing this formation where one of their receivers goes in motion, and then all of a sudden, you have this wide open receiver or running back in the flat, and it didn't happen just once; it happened
Mm-hmm.
twice, and the defense was fooled. Like, how do you not guard? Like, how are you as a corner not allowed to just let that guy open like that? And it didn't. And like I said, it didn't happen just once; it happened twice, and the Chiefs were able to capitalize on that. And so that's what I kind of want for our running backs, just like you said, to just be out in the flat, dump off passes where the lineman shifts and just moves along with them. That's exactly what I want.
And I expected to see Breida and Saquon in those situations. And what's up, Andre?
What's up? What are we talking
What's up?
about?
Um,
Oh, no, we were just talking running backs and the formations that we feel like they should use because Saquon, as much as I love Saquon, we can't like he can't get all of those carries all at once, which is why we need a complementary running back, which is why I thought that when we got Breida, he would fit into that complementary back role, with ease. But it's just like they're not giving him opportunities to be that complimentary back. You know?
because he's not. He's not that complimentary back. The complimentary back, we don't have the complimentary back on the roster. The running back we need a power back. We need somebody that's going to come in there and run with some violence because that's the guy you use on your short down situations. You use goal line stuff like that. Saquon should be used the way that Alvin Kamara is used. He should be used as a pass catcher and just a guy that you bring in when you need the explosive plays. But I feel like if you that's why I've been so big on this guy Zach Evans. If you get that violent type of runner in here, I think it changes the dynamic of how teams have to prepare for you because your backfield just gets way better and like the formation we were running the 21 personnel with Breida at the H back and Saquon in the backfield. Well, if you have a guy like Zach Evans in there, who he has pretty soft hands too, he can catch the ball. You can put Zach Evans in the backfield, have Saquon line up as that H back, and you can send Saquon out on a route. You can give him those jet sweeps. You can do a lot of different things with Saquon, but you can also turn around and hand the ball off to Zach Evans in the short area situations and pick up those yards. I think we need somebody like that. We need somebody with some power. We don't need another finesse runner, and that's what Breida is to me. He's not a power back. He's a finesse kind of guy.
He's a speed guy that once you can get him that hole and get him out, he's supposed to have the speed. But that was the thing I was saying is that I felt like they never. He was a disappointment to me this season. Like to me
Yep.
he never really materialized into what I was hoping he was going to be when they first brought him in.
Well, a speed guy has to be able to get in the rhythm, right? So
Yeah,
a speed guy usually the dangerous thing about a guy like Breida is when you give him more and more carries, eventually he's going to find a crease and he's going to break it. But if you have a guy like that and you're bringing him in sporadically, more often than not, it doesn't work. Like I can think of a situation where it does work, but this guy was getting just as many carries as the running back in front of him, and you could argue he was actually the RB1 for their team. Tony Pollard is that kind of electric, kind of speedy kind of guy. But
true.
if you looked at the amount of carries he was getting and Zeke was getting, they were getting the same amount of carries. It wasn't like it was unbalanced that Zeke was getting a whole lot of carries and then he would just come in and get one or two carries. No. If Zeke had 15 carries, more often than not, he also had 15 carries. Sometimes he even out carried Zeke. But that was
Yeah, Yep,
and he
I'm looking at the season total for both Zeke and Pollard. Zeke actually had more carries, but he had less yards. And then Pollard comes in. He had less carries, but he had more yards.
how many more carries did he have? I don't think it'll be
Let me see. I can take a look
crazy
right now. I was looking at
different.
the Cowboys later. I was looking at the Cowboys at one point in the season, and then there was a stat that showed me that Zeke had more carries than Pollard. But let me see if I can pull up that stat for you right real
Like
quick.
I don't think it'll
Be-
be a huge discrepancy. While you might have like he might have throughout the whole year maybe 50, maybe 60 more carries. But then if you go look at touches, I'm pretty sure Pollard has almost around the same amount of touches because Pollard was
Well,
also
Pollard's
used more in the passing game. He was used not just as a running
Paul,
back; he was used as a pass catcher.
and his role grew as the
True.
season went
Yep,
on
you're
too,
right.
right?
Yeah,
Didn't his role
his
grow
his role grew
more
out
and
throughout the
more?
season. Yeah, at the beginning of the season, they
Yeah,
leaned on Zeke more, and then they started bringing in Pollard more and more and more. And then you saw Pollard
right.
would he was the electric running back who would break a lot of big runs, but he would also catch the ball out of the backfield. So That's what you need. If you're gonna have a two-headed monster, you need that one power back, which is Zeke, who can. I mean, he can still move a little bit, but he's not the Zeke of old. And then you need a guy that's
Right.
electric. And for us, the electric guy is Barkley. Barkley can be that electric guy, but you have to have
We just
that
need.
balance.
Yep.
You have to
We
have
just need
lightning
somebody to
and thunder.
compliment him. You're
We
right.
need
And
that. We need that bruiser back that's willing to just stick his head up in there and just and pick up
Exactly.
that 1, 2
correct.
yards.
That
Yeah, I
wears
agree.
down
I can see
that
that.
wears down the defense because that's the other part of it.
Yeah.
You have that bruiser,
Yep.
and he keeps just going and going, similar to what Brandon Jacobs used to do. And Brandon Jacobs can move, but he was a bruiser. He was a bruiser, and if you have a guy like that, it's gonna wear down the defense. Or
And
or
yep.
Derrick Henry. If you got to keep tackling Derrick Henry, you're gonna get tired because he's a big guy. It's a lot to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I can imagine after you tackle Derrick Henry one time, you probably don't want to tackle him no more after that.
exactly,
Good grief.
Okay.
once you have a guy like Derrick Henry
Okay.
or a guy like Brandon Jacobs, just
It's still
any kind of
sending. It should be here
violent
within
back,
tomorrow, Friday. Yeah, I just did it for free.
you can bring in, it's gonna definitely
Hmm?
complement Saquon.
I
Saquon isn't
sent
a
it
20
Tuesday,
carry,
and then it should be
30
here
carry a
either
game guy.
tomorrow by Friday.
I don't think you can use Saquon in that way. Well, he can do it, but Saquon, used in the best case scenario, is a guy that'll get you. He might have 15 to 20 touches in a game, but not carries. He should be a guy that, between catching the ball and running it, he should have those opportunities to break off big plays. But if he's running the ball 20 times a game and then catching another five passes, I mean, he's a human too. Even though he's a superhuman, he's gonna get tired eventually.
Yeah,
Of
absolutely.
course. And I'm looking at both
And that's what I was.
Pollard and Zeke, right?
Yeah.
Zeke had at least 231 carries, and then Pollard had 193 carries.
So he had 40,
Hmm.
40 something carries more than him.
Correct.
That's not a lot. You're talking about
Nope.
a running back one and a running back two, but that's what I mean. Pollard, so you have what, 17 games in a season. So if you average that amount of carries out, that's what, 3 carries a game? Not even 3 carries, but it's around 3 carries a game more that Zeke might have had, which makes sense if you think about the goal line and stuff like that. Once you get down there, you're not going to use Pollard as much. You're going to use Zeke more. So really, they were basically hand in hand as far as carries went, and that's how you can have a guy come in and be productive once you have that power back. Because Zeke isn't running outside of the tackles; he's a between the tackle. I'm going to try to run you over. I'm going to wear you down, and then you bring in Pollard when they're tired and he's fresh, because that's the other part about it. You have fresh legs. You have those fresh legs, and you can take off, and you can get a gain of 20 to 30 yards.
Yeah, you have those fresh legs and a different type of back, and that has that different run style, and the defense has been tackling or chasing the other guy, and then if you bring in that quicker guy or whatever, or even if the bruiser guy's been doing it, yeah, it makes it tough on the defense.
And
But
you
you know
just
what?
have to set the tone.
Yeah, but you have to have a coaching staff and an offensive coordinator that can stay disciplined in the run game with two backs.
Well, yeah, definitely. But I think our coaching staff could do that if we had the weapons. I don't think we would have to
Hmm.
worry about our coaching staff being able to do that or not. I just really think I think Breida was probably the best guy they could bring in this year. And I don't think that Breida was brought in to complement Saquon, if I'm being honest. I think he was brought in because they were worried about the injury concern with Barkley,
I would agree with. I would agree with that.
and they brought him in just to be an insurance policy if Saquon goes down, which makes more sense if you look at how the season played out. Oh,
Well, that's I would agree with that because I felt like that when I heard that they signed him, I never thought of him as okay. He's going to be a complimentary. to Saquon. I did think they would probably use him a little bit more in some different ways, but I never really pictured him as a complimentary back to
Right.
Saquon. That's for sure.
And I think you'll
And you
see
have to
that next year.
understand, yep, you have to understand that Barkley, as good as he runs the ball, he's a better receiver than he is running it.
Well, I don't know if he's better, but he's a good receiver. He can definitely catch the ball, and if you use him in that way, it can help you a lot. I think we'll see more of that next season. I think they're gonna bring in the guy next season to kind of complement Saquon. I think you'll see it in the draft. I hope it's Zach Evans, but that might be too early for them. I don't know. But if I'm thinking back to Buffalo, if I'm not mistaken, Buffalo likes to take their running backs in the second, third, fourth round in that range. Is when they took most of the backs that they've taken in the last couple of years.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I think
Mm-hmm.
Zach Moss, I think, was a second round or a third round pick.
Hmm.
Singletary was, if I'm not mistaken, a second rounder. Cook, they took last year, I think, in the third or the second, something like that. So if we, because everybody always likes to bring up the trends of what happens in Buffalo, and if you look at what they did in Buffalo, you can probably come to the conclusion that we're going to take a back before the fourth round, at the latest in the fourth round, depending on just how they value the guy. And I could definitely see there's two guys I've been saying is Roshan Johnson, who doesn't, in my opinion, get enough love because he was sitting behind Bijan at Texas, and Zach Evans, who is just a really good back that he lost his job towards the end of the season. He was still getting carries, but not as many carries at Ole Miss. But that's because Ole Miss they had a true freshman that came in and just he shocked everybody. Nobody thought he was going to be that good.
Hey, have you ever seen the Mims kid from San Jose State, Andre?
Nah, I haven't watched him. I can't say that I have.
What? Look him up. Running back it's Mims. I think is how he spells his name. I saw him in the Senior Bowl. Now he looked like in that game like a bruising back, but he also had some speed.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll definitely look into that guy.
yeah, just look him up, San Jose State. But he looked nice in the Senior Bowl, which the Senior Bowl won't much to it, but I mean he looked pretty good in it to me. But that was the thing too. You were talking about Saquon. I don't think he's ever had a pro coaching staff that has used his ability out of the backfield the way he could have been used. Do you think so?
Maybe Shermer. Shermer, because if I'm not mistaken, his rookie year, didn't he have like 90 catches?
He
Yep,
did.
91. Yep.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the only season where I could say, okay, he was used the way he should be used. Because he should be used kind of like, I mean, you can use him, you can design plays for him in the passing game, but he should be used as kind of like a safety valve for the quarterback. And that's what he was for Eli in his rookie season. He was that safety valve, that dump off guy where you get him the ball and he can move the ball down the field. Like all you have to do is get him in space and he can make people miss. So you don't necessarily have to send him out on the Texas route or a wheel route or anything like that. You can just
Right.
use him as kind of the last resort for Daniel Jones and just let him go out there and make a move. And that's what he does best.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
would like to see him be used more, out of the backfield like that. I think that but I also think that you need some of that wide receiver help on the outside that can keep the defense honest and covering receivers going down the field and not be scared of those guys.
Which is why we need dynamic receivers.
And that's why I like Zay Flowers. I think Zay Flowers can be that guy, even though he's only 5'9". There's guys that their height is kind of deceitful because they play bigger than what their height is. And I think Zay Flowers is kind of that guy. I think he's a guy that you look at his height and you say, oh my God, he's so short. But if you actually watch him play, I think he plays a lot taller than what he is. So if you have guys,
And they've got, I mean, a few people's got us picking him too, right?
yeah,
I mean,
he's. I think he said earlier it was like 10 of 11 mocks or something, and I would not be
yeah,
upset with that. I would actually I would be really happy if we got Zay Flowers. I mean, Steve Smith, when he starts praising guys, it doesn't matter if it's a receiver or if it's something else. He usually knows what he's talking about. Like a couple years
yeah.
ago, he said Cooper Kupp would be the best receiver in the draft, and people laughed at him. Well, look what Cooper Kupp did last year.
Yep, the Triple Crown achievement. That's correct.
And I mean, who better to speak about receivers than a receiver like Steve Smith? Like, if I'm gonna trust anybody when it comes to what they say about a receiver, I'm gonna trust an all-time great receiver.
Yeah, he was good, man. He was good.
Like he literally played up to his size. I mean, just look at his physicality, man.
And he called Zay Flowers the best route runner in this class. So what that tells me is, if you bring in a Zay Flowers, he's gonna get early separation. Right? He's going to get separation probably off the line of scrimmage most times because this is route running ability. And then they're going to have to show more attention to him and probably shade a safety over that way. Because if the corner gets beat, you still want to be able to have that safety valve over the top. So what that does is you can't load the box anymore. Because you're going to need, well, if you have a single high safety, you can. But I'm assuming if we do that, we'll probably bring in another receiver. You got guys like Hodgins, you got Washington, you got what's the guy Colin Johnson that's coming back. You have some guys, but I think a guy like Zay Flowers adds a wrinkle to our offense that other teams have to account for. That also frees up the box for Saquon a little bit, and also frees him up in the passing game. So in the passing game, I could see a situation where you maybe send out Saquon on the swing route. But because they're so focused on everybody else, I mean, Bellinger, you have to account for too. I know he's a good blocker, but he's a pretty good pass catcher too. You can send out Saquon on these swing routes, and if your first read and your second read isn't there, take the dump off to Saquon. And even if you don't get a first down, if you can just get 4 to 5 yards off of a play like that, you'll stay on schedule. Stay on schedule,
And that's huge.
and that's
That's
all you
huge.
need. Especially with our
Yep.
team, if you can keep their defense on the field, whoever we're playing, and keep their offense off of the field for as long as possible, it's a good thing because we're not like a high powered offense that can get into shootouts. But the longer their offense is off the field, the longer our defense is off the field. So our defense should
Yeah, one of
always
the
be well
things.
rested.
Yeah, we need to add. We need to add the ability to add about seven, and that's gracefully 7 to 10 points per game. That's what needs to happen for us next season to where because I think we probably averaged what, maybe 18, 19, 20 points a
I
game
think
if you look at the
I
average.
think we average I would say we probably averaged around what 20. I think it was around 20.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying.
it's
So
21.4. Yep.
Well, 21.
Twenty one
yeah,
point
so
four points a
okay,
game.
so we need to add at least a touchdown. Um, I feel like, to be able to truly be, and that's with your defense learning how to stop the run and eliminating some big plays, and then if you can add that touchdown, then maybe you're not in so many one score games.
You know what? I don't think you have to add that touchdown necessarily.
Really?
I think what you need to do, I think 24 is I think would be a good spot to be in. But the key
Okay.
is time of possession. Our time of possession has to go up. So we can't have these 3 and out drives or six
Right.
and out drive. We have to have
Our
Agreed.
first
long.
our first half play was terrible. Our first quarter play, I mean, I don't know how many points we scored in the first quarter, but it won't many this
Yeah,
season.
and we have
Like
to
it was like
if we can establish our offense, and even if we don't score on every drive, because you're never going to score on every drive, just give me a couple longer drives Maybe every once in a while you get a touchdown, every once in a while you get a field goal out of it. But what it does is it keeps your defense rested. And I think our defense is really good. But when you're not helping our defense, if their offense was just on the field for 7 to 8 minutes, and then you're on the field for a minute, and your defense has to come back out, it doesn't help your defense. And we had a really good defense even with that happening a lot this year. So imagine what a well rested defense is going to look like when your defense actually
Exactly.
has time to be rested and not have to rush back on the field, where Wink can go speak to the players on the sideline and make small adjustments. He can say, "Hey, what are you guys seeing out there? What do you think we could be doing differently?" And make those adjustments you can't necessarily make when your defense is always on the field. So I do think that our biggest thing should be sustaining drives, not necessarily scoring a whole lot of points more. I think we just need to sustain more drives, and even if we only get field goals out of it half the time, I'm okay with that. If we can get to a sweet spot of 23, 24 points a game, I'm a believer that our defense can keep teams to about 20 a game. I think we can get to that
Well,
point.
that's what I'm. Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
that's what I'm kind of looking at in terms of like I always try to start by looking at our division and then looking at like the Cowboys. They might fold in the playoffs, but in the regular season, them dudes can score points, and they can score points relatively quickly. And Philly can score points, right, with the receiving core and the tight end and stuff that they have. And then Washington, I mean, if they can get that Sam Howell kid going, I mean, they have some ability to, with some nice receivers too. So that's the only thing I'm looking at is. But I agree. Yeah, we need to have some longer sustained drives, um, be able to let the defense rest. But I personally would like to see, at least a increase of a touchdown. I don't think that's too much to ask. I don't think.
I don't know
Exactly. I
what
agree.
were
We
the
just cannot stall out early. We can't do it.
the the top
We just
scoring
simply can't.
the top scoring teams in the league. What did they average this year? Because I think asking a team to average 28 a game, I don't think there might be one or two teams in the whole league that average that much. That's why I'm saying that. And I could be wrong on that, but I don't think that there's more than like two or three teams that average 28 a game.
I'm gonna
Let's
try to
see.
look that up. Yeah, yeah.
The Chiefs were one of them. Who else?
The Chiefs, I would say probably I don't know, maybe the Eagles. Well, now the Eagles didn't have like I don't know. I just don't think it's many. I think you would. I think 28 is kind of like the creme de la creme of the league. Now I could be wrong on that. Like I'm not saying that as a fact, but I don't think the teams just score that much. Especially this year, scoring was down this year. Mhm.
I agree. And
I'm
I agree.
I'm
Like
look.
28 points is something that we're not there yet, but we can improve on drive efficiency. That's what I agree on.
All right, I'm gonna read this. I don't know. I make sure I'm reading it right. And you're right. It does say scoring across the 2022 season is down, and through 7 weeks of play, or so that was 7 weeks. The 43.4 average total points per game marks the lowest output in the NFL since 2010. So that was the average scoring per game, I guess, for both
Yeah,
teams,
that's in
43
total
points.
43 points. So we're saying that in total teams are scoring 43 a game. Asking a team to score 28 in a game is a lot. Because you got to think, at that point, what is the other team scoring? If you're scoring 28,
Yeah,
43 is the average. It's what, 15 points or something like that? What the other team is scoring?
yep. So, so I guess I was just thinking it was much higher, man. I guess I was just thinking that we weren't scoring enough points, and everybody else was scoring like 30 and 35 points. But you're right, it was way down. Let's see here. See what else I can see.
You know what's crazy? If the Broncos averaged, I think it was 17 or 18 points a game. They would have almost went undefeated this year.
What?
Yep, that's a true stat.
It's
That's a
around
correct
there. It
stat.
it might be 20, but I think it was 17 or 18. I think it was
Nope,
seven.
it was 17.
Yeah, if they averaged 17 points a game, they would be damn near undefeated. So
Yeah, I mean, just go look back at the games that they lost. Like they lost to the Colts by 3. They,
their
I
defense
mean,
was
they
just
barely won.
they
Yep.
probably had what the second or third best defense in the league. They were up there as far as defense went, and it just they didn't get the credit they deserved because the offense was just so bad. But I think if you can get to like 24 a game, I think 24 a game is really a good number. That's a good number, especially if we go off of what we just said with the 43. That's not asking too much of your offense or your defense. Because 24 minus
This
43, that's 19. So you say about 24-20. If you can win games 24-20, I think that's pretty good.
So I'm just glancing through this article on Yahoo Sports, and it's basically saying that defenses are dropping deeper, and because of that, the scoring is down.
Yeah,
I
defense is
guess because
they're running the cover two
probably
shells.
drives are stalling.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
running a lot
yeah,
more cover two
exactly.
shells. I mean, it's a copycat league. You see most of the league running that cover two shell. Um, I think the Vikings also ran that. The Vikings just didn't have the personnel to run it. But you see a lot of teams run that cover two shell, and it did contribute to scoring being down a lot. And I think that's something that we have to kind of like consider too, because
Listen,
we scored 21 a game. That's not bad. If you go look at the average, we were basically almost in ties in every game. If you go off of that 43-point average, 21 a game.
check this out. Yep,
Well, that's
check this out.
All right. Yep.
It says passing completion percentage across the league is at a 5-year low at 62.6%, as is completions of deep throws 25 plus yards, generating only 27% success rate.
and that's why I said earlier in the other space that you have to be able to pass the ball to show the threat of being able to pass the ball. Because if you're a run first team and that's what you're known for, and you can't really throw the ball with the better teams in the league, then if they sell out to stop your run, it's over for you.
So,
If they're
but
yep, if they're
yeah, well,
able to
what I'm
shut down the
looking at,
run,
go
then they're
ahead.
gonna force you to beat them with your arm. And some teams they just falter when it comes down to that.
And not many
But
teams
what
can.
I'm thinking, right, what I'm thinking though is if you look at the way this reads, because, we were scolded for not throwing the deep ball. You know what I mean? Like all season, we were kind of scolded of, where's the deep pass? Where's the deep pass? This by this metric right here, it says passing completion percentage across the league is at a 5-year low. So really, I guess nobody, a whole lot of people weren't throwing the deep ball. It was only a 62.6% as completions of throws 25 yards, generating only 27% success rate. So if you were throwing the ball over 25 yards, it was only a 27% success rate that it was going to be completed. That's crazy
And
because we think it's a passing league.
I bet you that late is also that stat is also inflated because I bet you it's about three, four, maybe five teams in the league that are pretty good at throwing deep ball that had that stat a
Deep
lot
balls, right.
higher than it should be. Because if you look at the Eagles' specialty is the
Oh, I
deep
see
ball.
what you're saying. You're saying it's conflated just by those three or four teams that can actually do it.
Yeah, because look at the Eagles. The Eagles, their specialty was run, 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 deep ball. Run, 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 deep ball.
Yep,
If you look
yep.
at,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what they're probably talking about 20 or more yards. I bet you the Chiefs had they had a good amount of 20+ yard throws.
I
Then
would imagine. Yeah.
the Texans, by being down as much as they were in games, you automatically have to take more deep shots. Like I heard the stat yesterday. I think it was 50. Davis Mills completed 50, 20 or more yard passes. So when you have, you're gonna have certain teams that are really good at it, and it's gonna bring that number up higher than it probably is, just based off of those couple of teams doing it by the sheer volume that they do it at. Because the Eagles, the volume of how much they throw the deep ball is a lot higher than how much the Giants do it. So even if they complete, let's say they do it 5 times and they complete 3 of those 5, that's a 60% clip. But
Right.
if the Giants do it maybe 3 times a game and they
Only
do
complete
they
one.
complete one, that's 33.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure there's more teams that are around that 33 than there are that 60.
But it tells you too. To me, what that tells me too is how we get locked into a narrative because we're being convinced that it's a passing league right now. And though not saying that it's not necessarily not a passing league, it's not as many deep balls being thrown as maybe we would think it is.
No, it's a passing league, but it's a creative passing league.
Right.
You
Which
can't
is
just
what Brian Dayball and them done this season.
exactly. You can't just go out there and say, okay, well, I'm going to take deep shot after deep shot. Now you have certain receivers, your Tyreek Hills, your Jalen Waddles. They're just so
Sure.
damn fast that your game plan can be, hey, we're going to go deep because they're just so fast. Who's going to stop them?
Yeah.
But most teams in the league don't have a Tyreek Hill or a Jalen Waddle. So even when they get those deep passes, most of the time it's just scheme. It's either scheme or you just have really good route runners. Devontae Smith is just a really good route runner. That's why he gets
Which is
open.
what Zay Flowers is, which is
Exactly.
like what you said.
Correct.
And
Which is what. Yep.
and that's why I would
Dang.
love to have a Zay Flowers on this team. Because once you have a Zay Flowers, you have that frees up Hodgins a little bit. Because we saw what Hodgins was this year, and he did get prior to what some people would like to say, he got some kind of attention. Because you're not just going to keep
I think
going over
so.
there. You're not going to
Yeah,
just keep going into games, producing and not get any kind of attention. It just doesn't happen.
I agree with that.
So imagine when you have a guy that can stretch the field, that can get open on damn near any play, and that draws the attention of the number one corner on the other team. So at that point, who's covering Hodges? The 2 or the 3? Who's covering Wandell? Probably your slot corner, but your slot corner
Hmm.
usually isn't your best corner. He's usually one of your weaker corners, if we're being honest.
Correct. No, you're right about that. You're right.
Okay, so at that point, that's going to spread out the defense already, right? Because then you're going to have to offer those guys help. You can't just leave everybody on an island unless you
That's
you
right.
have just the best corners in the league. But most teams don't have that, so you can't
Right.
leave your guys on an island. So you have to give them some help. What does that do? That prevents you from loading the box. That prevents you from giving Saquon extra attention. What it also prevents you from doing is in certain situations, you can't spy Daniel Jones. Depending on the formation, you don't have the luxury of being able
The
to spy
luxury. The Yeah,
Daniel
yeah.
Jones because you don't have the personnel to cover everybody else that's on the field. So what does that open up? It opens up running lanes for Daniel Jones, even in the passing game.
Correct.
You can't just pin your ears back and get to him the way you would before, because you have to kind of stay honest in your rushing lanes. Because if you don't, and he breaks free, he's gone at least for a first down. Like we saw in the
Yeah,
Super Bowl, it could
if
be
he
a
gets on a
30-yard
long
game.
run, he's gonna trip. He's gonna trip at some point. We know that, but
God, I hope
he'll
not.
probably get the first down.
Well, not maybe, but yeah,
But
tumbling. Yeah, right before he hits the 10 yard line. Yeah, maybe, but yeah,
but it
But no, it opens up so much more for you.
yes, it gives our offense that whole other dynamic. Now let's say if another guy I'm a big proponent of bringing in, Jonathan Mingo. So you bring in a Mingo. You can line up Mingo. You can line him up at the H back. You can line him up outside. Hell, if you want to, let's say you like the personnel the other team has on the field, and you want to go with I guess it would be a pseudo 12 personnel because he's a receiver, but you can line him up at tight end in a 12 personnel kind of set because he can do those different things. So it makes your offense more dynamic. Now, that's not a guy, I don't think he'll be a day one starter that just starts every game, but he's a guy that can be really important to our offense. I just, I'm so excited for this draft just to see what they do so we know what the plan is going forward because based off the draft, you can kind of tell what they want to do going forward.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think realistically, to me, when I look at what they've done this season with the offense, like I don't think that's pretty much anything. I mean, to some degree, yes, but for the most part, it's not what they want it to be. You know what I mean? Like they they have to get their players in the building. They haven't had that ability to be able to get all the players or the types of players that they want. They took Wandale, took him a little earlier than what some people thought they should have, but they done that for a reason. They wanted that guy for that slot spot. Um, so that's what I'm saying. Like when you see the upcoming drafts, you see maybe what they do on free agency, that's going to begin to kind of develop the picture of what type of offense these guys really want to run moving forward.
Yeah, it's going to get really interesting because, like I said, if we bring in a guy like Zay Flowers, the hype around this team is going to be really big after a move like that. And I'm not saying one guy is going
So
to change the whole offense, but it damn sure helps.
right. So let me ask you guys this. So and this is just me, and
All
I'm not
right.
trying to compare the two, but I'm at, like with Josh Allen and Daniel Jones, who has the better running skills?
I think
Or is it compatible? Is it pretty close to the
no,
same?
I think Daniel Jones is a more dynamic runner. I
Okay,
don't think I think Josh Allen is more of a like a power runner.
he's just a bull. He's just a
Like he's
bull, ain't
physical.
Yeah, he's like
he?
real
Yeah.
physical, but he can't run in the way that a Daniel Jones can. Daniel Jones, even though he likes to put his head down sometimes, he's still more of a finesse kind of guy. He can give
Yeah.
you that finesse rush that a guy like Josh Allen probably isn't going to give you. Like I don't see Josh Allen out there making a guy miss or stuff like that. And then what you also have to account for when you speak about them running the ball is the play fake. Because I think that's part of
Mm.
it. When you talk about like the read options and stuff, I think Daniel Jones might be one of the best in the league as far as the play fake goes. I don't.
And we've seen it all throughout this year.
I How many times has the camera been faked out by Daniel Jones?
Oh yeah,
A,
absolutely.
a whole bunch.
And that if they're
But
getting faked out, then imagine what the defense feels like.
so that's what I'm thinking. Like when you start thinking about them, upgrading the offense and still having Jones as of course, because he's not necessarily looked at as a dual threat, maybe by the public, but I think he is by defenses and defensive coordinators. They view him as that because they have to play against him, so they have to respect his running
Are we
ability.
sure about that,
Um,
GRC?
well, yeah,
I don't know.
you just you don't think they respect his running ability?
Based off of what I saw from defenses this year, no.
Why is
How
that?
many defenses spied Daniel Jones? Not many.
Well, I think with some here's my thing, and this is what I would say the reason they didn't. He's not a juker. So and he's a runner, but he's not really what I would consider a dynamic runner. But he can hurt you with the run. In other words, I view Lamar Jackson. That man's just a dynamic runner, right? Like once he leaves the line of scrimmage, he absolutely can make enough moves to get it to the end zone. I don't think Daniel Jones can do that. I know he can't do that, but he can get the first down. He can keep the chains moving.
But
And so you do have to honor that, but not in the same way that you would honor a Lamar
but
Jackson.
why
Does
not?
that make sense?
Why not when this guy, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't he like third in the league for yards per carry? And that's across
Who,
everybody.
Lamar?
No, Daniel.
No, Daniel Jones. Yeah,
Oh,
Daniel,
I think he
I
was.
think it was somewhere like that. It was definitely top five. I think it was third.
So are you asking in a way that you
yeah, I'll
think
take a
they
look.
should? Are you asking in a way that you think they should be spying him? Or are you asking in a way that you don't think they honor his run?
No, I'm asking. I don't think they honor it, and I think he should be spied. If we were talking about Lamar Jackson being third in the league in yards per carry, because and I've been saying this for months now, because of Daniel Jones' skin color, I don't think they take him seriously when it comes to running the ball. I think if Daniel Jones was
So,
my color, they would be looking at Daniel Jones more of a threat on offense to run the ball, and they would respect it a lot more.
all right. So this is my thought on that. So you telling me that these guys are sitting here looking at film and see what he does, and they can't figure out that this kid can run,
You know what it is?
no matter what his skin color is.
Honestly, I can tell you exactly what I think it is. I think it's I can catch that white boy. He ain't that fast.
Okay.
I
All
I
right.
I really honestly truly believe that's what it is. I think it's a situation like, oh, I can catch that white boy. He's not that fast. And they
And
underestimate
he
him.
is.
They underestimate
And
him,
he
and then
Yeah,
he
they're just
takes
under
off.
that misconception. Oh, and I just pulled up Daniel Jones's average yards. He's about fourth in the league with 5.9
Okay,
yards a
so he
carry.
was fourth in the league. If you're fourth in the league in yards per carry, and I think it was maybe 3 or 4 games all year that I really saw a team make a point out of it to spy Daniel Jones. It wasn't many though.
right. Right. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought I had seen it a couple of times. I can't even think of which games it was, but I
I
knew
think
that
one of the Washington games, I think they spied him. Trying to think. It was a couple of games, but it wasn't
it
many.
was yeah, yeah. So that's what I'm saying is even back to my original thought is that I think that if you can get that wide receiver on the outside, you can get those different threats to where you can spread the field. It's definitely going to help Saquon. It's going to open some things up for him, and then it's going to open it up for which I don't want my quarterback running a whole lot just because these linebackers are so freaking big that and they're coming to kill this guy. You know what I mean? Like when they get their hands on him, they're trying to put him down. So I don't necessarily want my quarterback running a whole lot, but I understand it's a necessary evil at the same time.
The way I look at it is, if we can improve this offense the way I think we will, I don't expect to see a lot of running from Jones. I expect to see him run. And again, I'm not comparing him to this quarterback just in from the situations where this quarterback runs, it makes the most sense.
Right,
Patrick
right.
Mahomes, the way he runs the ball, he doesn't run just to run. He runs when it's necessary, when it's
Out of
completely
necessity.
necessary. He doesn't just take off
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm going to take off here. And I saw certain things from Daniel Jones that I liked last season as far as keeping his eyes down the field. Because a lot of quarterbacks, when they have that ability to run, they don't keep their eyes down the field. A lot of quarterbacks, when they can run, they say, oh, well, I don't have anything. Well, let me take off. And I like the fact that he keeps his eyes down the field because that means to me, he'll use his legs to evade pressure in the pocket. He'll roll out of the pocket, but he's still trying to see if he can find somebody down the field. Maybe not far down the field, but just anybody in general. And you saw it
Well,
with
what you're
Richie
saying is
James.
most of them will. they'll take their eyes from downfield maybe a little split second sooner than what they need to because they have the ability to run.
Exactly. They rely on their ability to run to a point where, like, okay, my read isn't there right now. Let me take off. And what a guy like a Mahomes will do is he'll keep his eyes down the field while evading the pressure. And if he still doesn't see anything, then he'll take off. He'll take off unless there's just like a really big hole. Like in that Eagles
See,
game
so
with
Mm-hmm.
that
Yeah, what's up,
26
Mello?
yard
what's up,
game,
Mello?
was good, Mello. To me, that
And
was just a big hole he had to take.
hey, listen, I just want to say how much I love you guys, man. Seriously, man. For real. I'm sitting here after hours listening to my uncle GRC, my big brother Andre, my cousin Tatum. I gotta listen. I got a tequila sunrise right here. I got my whole Shannon Sharp, Shay Sharp set up right now. I got my drink going on. I'm just enjoying listening to you guys talk, man. I just love you guys, man. My bad, Dre. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I love you too.
Love you too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We
Of
love you too, my
course.
man. So that's the thing is that I think with if they can pick up Zay Flowers and like you're saying what Steve Smith says about his route running, dude, I'm going to be so fired up for that.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we can get it done. Give me a guy like that, and like in a second, I would like to take a corner. I mean, I hate saying this guy's name because everybody thinks I just want this guy because he went to Bama. But I just think, based off of the rankings from PPR or what is it that you know
Pro
PFF.
Pro Football
PFF,
Yep.
not PFR, PFF from
What
PFF.
is this? A cell phone? What is this? A phone? What do you call this thing? Go ahead, Dre. I'm just messing with you.
Nah, but from PFF, Eli Ricks, he's right there in that range on their board for us to take. I think he might be like 2 or 3 spots below us, but I think he's going to be a guy in the league. I just from what I saw from him especially in the Mississippi State game, and a lot of people say, "Oh, well, Mississippi State, they're not really a good football team." But one thing they did good when they had Leach, rest in peace to that man, was they were they were like the evil geniuses of passing the football in that air raid system. And he didn't allow none of that. He shut them completely down. And that was like his coming out party for the season. Before that, he hadn't been playing a lot. But from what I've seen from the guy, I think he was talked about before the season as a first rounder. And from whatever circumstance it was, he didn't get a lot of playing time early at Bama. But once he did, he showed out. And I think if you can get a guy like that towards the back of the second round, I think that's great value. And I think that's just
Now,
something you got to do.
now, Dre, I want to ask you about him. Well, I got one comment and then a question. Well, I ask my question first and then I'll make the comment. With Eli Ricks, I'm a little concerned about his recovery speed. What do you feel about his recovery speed, as a cornerback translating to the next level?
I mean, look, I don't know if I think the rumor was he was injured. Nobody really knows if he was hurt or not. But if it was something where he was coming off an injury and coming back and playing, sometimes you're just not the same player as you were before. When I was seeing him at LSU, I didn't see a lot of issues with his game at all at LSU, to tell you the truth. So yes, that's something that could be worrisome. But is it because he was hurt, or is it because he was, I don't know, just because he's that slow as far as recovering? It's something that you have to see, but I think it's worth the chance at that spot. Him or the other guy, like you said, you don't like him no Mello, is Garrett Williams. I like Garrett Williams too.
Yeah, with Ricks, man, the talent is there. The talent is there with Ricks for me. I'm just concerned about the injury, and then I'm concerned about the recovery speed. But I'm cool with drafting him because even if he's a slow cornerback, then have me. Well, I'm trying to word this the right way. I told you I was drinking now. All right, it's after hours. I'm off the clock. The ties loosen up. GRC, the ties loosen up. You know what I'm
I hear you, boss. Keep getting
Yeah, I've been there before. Trust me. Come on.
keep digging. It'll come out.
Like, y'all, man. Yo, Dre, I'm just saying, man, when it comes to Eli Ricks, man, if he is a slow cornerback, then let him be off the line, all right, and let the wide receiver come to him. You know what I'm saying? I think he's smart enough to diagnose whatever a receiver is doing in front of him, meaning if it's a curl, a hitch, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, if he's a slow cornerback or if he doesn't have the greatest recovery speed, then let's use him off the line. Because once he gets to the ball, oh, it's a wrap. And he's a playmaker. So I like it.
Yeah, I mean, one guy like late though, and I think you can get him probably in the fourth is Caillou Blue Kelly. From
From where you from, Dre? I know who you talking about. Is it Penn State?
Nah,
No.
it's not Penn State. I always forget where he's from too, but
I know you talking about Dre. Go ahead though. I like him too. Go ahead.
from what I saw from him at the Senior Bowl, he wasn't a guy that was like real handsy, but he was sticky. What I mean by sticky is wherever the receiver was, he was. He didn't really allow a lot of separation, but he did it without being too handsy, and that's something that stuck out to me when I was watching because a lot of the corners there they were real handsy. There was a lot of defensive pass interference called, and yeah, he just stuck out as a player to me there. But I can't remember where he's from. Where is he from? But I haven't watched any games in either. I mean, it was from what I
Yeah, I'm
seen
about
at
to pull
Senior
him up.
Bowl.
And my comment, Dre, was listen, E sold me on Tank Dell. All right. I'm with Tank Dell. I told you I got my argument for that. But that's
Yep.
not what I'm getting ready to talk about.
After Zay, we
Z-
getting we getting
Nah, nah,
Tank
nah.
Dell,
It
huh?
ain't even that, say. Zach Evans, Andre, I'm with you. Let's go get him, Andre. This
I'm
dude
telling you,
behind Saquon Barkley, yeah, I'm with all of that.
I'm.
We talking about some Zeke Elliott and Tony Pollard situation. I'm with you. I'm with you, Dre.
And
You sold me.
look,
Go ahead.
what did I just?
Yep.
What did I
Yep.
tell y'all earlier? Before Mello
I'm
came
with
in
you,
here,
Dre.
before you came in here, Mello, I was talking about their backfield in Dallas, and I said if you bring a guy like Zach Evans in, I feel like we can have that type of backfield. That's exactly
Wow,
what I
that's
said earlier.
confirmation.
See?
That's confirmation.
He
Wow.
said it. He said it.
I'm sold. I'm sold, Dre. Whatever we got to do, but if it's that first third round pick, I'm good with that.
I'm saying like it's certain guys where I get it, you can get a running back late, but you're not gonna get a Zach Evans late. You're not gonna get a guy like that late. You're gonna get a guy like a
Yo,
Ty J Spears who might work out, he might not. But Zach, he's
but
gonna be a baller in the league.
yeah, I'm with it, Dre. I'm with Zach. Tajay Spears give me like, I mean, I see, but to me, I only see like 6, 7 carries for him. Maybe I only see maybe like 10 snaps for him. 10. You get what I'm trying to say? Like maybe 3 passes, a couple runs, nothing crazy. Zach Evans. Oh, you spelling Saquon? Yeah, Saquon. Hold up, chill for a second. I need Zach Evans to work
But
real
that
quick,
was
and then we're gonna
exactly
bring
what
you
I
right
was
back in.
saying earlier. I was saying
I'm
Yep.
with you.
There you go. That's how it
everything you
should be.
saying right now. I was telling him earlier. I said I think Zach Evans could be. I said Pollard would probably be the Saquon. I think he would be Saquon would be more to Pollard, and I think Zach Evans for me would be more to Zeke. Just that powerful running back. He has some power to him. I think he's a little more grimy than Saquon is, in my opinion.
And to be honest with Nam, you saying it right. And when we get to talking about this in the larger conversation, I'll mention this again. The reason why I agree with you in that sentiment is because Saquon, we talk about this all the time. Saquon Barkley has the body of a power back, but he has the mind of a smaller back. I think it's
That's
Mm.
a
the
fact.
opposite with Zach Evans. I think Zach Evans is smaller than Saquon, but he has the mentality of a bigger back, sort of like a Nick Chubb, right? Like Nick Chubb is smaller than Saquon, but he plays bigger than Saquon, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, Zach Evans, while he's not the biggest, he still has pretty good size for an NFL back. He's like 6 foot 220 or something like that. That's still a monster. I just feel like you have to take a guy like that, especially with Saquon. I get it; he was healthy this year, but that injury concern is always going to be there for me. And as long as you had an injury concern, I want a guy behind Saquon. I don't just want anybody. I want a guy. Somebody, if Saquon were to get hurt, you don't have to worry
You
about
know, Mr. B.
you don't have to worry
Come
about
on.
it. Like, and people were saying, "Oh, we got Breida." Well, Breida, I don't think you could bring Breida in and not miss a beat. You could bring in a Zach Evans. I think you could bring in a Roshan Johnson and
How
not
big?
miss a
How
beat.
big is he?
6 foot.
How big you say he
He's
was?
like 6 foot 220.
I'm about to pull him up too. And to your point too, Andre, the same thing, and this is I love this conversation because the same thing that we talk about Daniel Jones, why can't we talk about it with Saquon Barkley? Why can't I bring a running
Exactly.
back in here to keep the spark with you, Saquon? Not that he's gonna take over, but Saquon, yeah, you know, and not only that, let's plan for the future, Joe Shane and Brian Dable. If you really talking about it, if we saying okay, you only giving Saquon 3 to 4 years, all right, let's get a guy like Zach Evans who we can continue. Once Saquon gets 29, because I have a whole conversation about running backs after 30 that are successful that I want to bring up, but that's for another topic for another day. But yeah, I'm with you, Dre. You sold me on him. I like him, Dre. I like him.
How old is he? Zach Evans. Does anybody know that? I don't think he could be
I
too old.
believe he might be 21, 22, 21, 22.
Somewhere around there. I'm leaning towards 21 because
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a junior. I,
Yeah, he's a junior, 6 foot 215.
okay,
I ain't
so
mad at that as a running back.
215.
I'm good with that.
And I think he could still put some weight on his frame.
I give him an extra 10 pounds. I give him two. I ain't gonna say 225, but 220 is cool for me.
Well,
220 good for me, Zach Evans.
I'm trying to think right now because if I'm gonna lean towards him being about 21. So let's say the kid is 21. You bring him in, and Saquon gets that 3 year deal that everybody's been talking about. Well, Saquon could be the lead back year one. Year two, you start kind of giving Zach Evans more carries, and at year three, Zach Evans might fuck around and be the lead back
Mm.
because you kind of gotta slowly push him into his role and slowly reduce Saquon and bring Saquon in to be that lightning to his thunder. And I think he
Oh,
could.
so that's just what the Cowboys are doing with Zeke and Pollard, right? I'm assuming they're just slowly
I mean,
phasing.
my opinion on that situation is they're not gonna get rid of Zeke because Jerry Jones loves him. But if I was them, well, before injury, I say before Pollard got hurt. Now I'm not sure, but before Pollard got hurt,
Lightning the Thunder. That's that Ron Dane Tiki Barber reference.
Yeah, then that's what I'm
Yep.
saying. Yeah, I want us to get back to that. Like you just said, Ron Dane, Tiki Barber, Brandon Jacobs, and Ahmad Bradshaw. I want
That's what
people
they say.
talking about,
Yep. Come on.
man, y'all got Saquon and the other running back. We're saying Zach Evans. Man, y'all got Saquon and Zach Evans. Like I want to get back to that.
and look, when I start talking about a running back the way I'm talking about Zach Evans, I don't usually be wrong. Last year was Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson was my guy last year,
Oh
and
my
a lot of
lord, I
people
can
said
talk all day about Brian Robinson, man.
oh, it's just because he's from Alabama. You can't say that this year. It's not even an Alabama back that I'm behind. Pause. If it was an Alabama back, I would be saying, let's go get Jameer Gibbs, which you give me Jameer Gibbs, I'm not going to be
Hey
crying.
Dre, you know me and you talked about that a minute ago. I said, Dre, my dark horse is Jameer Gibbs. I ain't mad at it.
If
I even in the second round, I'm still standing on it. I ain't mad at it for real.
we do it, I'm going to be right there with you. But I'm not beating the table for him because I don't know how realistic that is.
Yeah,
Zach
and that's
Evans,
what we said. That's what we landed at. Yep. Go ahead, Dre. My bad.
Zach Evans is realistic. Him and Roshan Johnson, I'm telling you, Roshan is the other one. Roshan does not get enough love. He should be getting more love, but when you play behind a guy like Bijan, you're not going to get the love that you deserve.
Mm.
Well, but the fact
Yeah, all
is,
Unless
these
you
good, all these good running
who
backs, man. I gotta do some film on these
not
jokers, man.
not unless you Damien, who was behind, who was spelling with Damien Hurst, Dre, that year. That year, who I think Derrick Henry left, and I think it was Damien Harris. Was it Najee?
Yep, it
Uh,
was Najee, I
it was.
believe.
I
Was it who
think it
was
was.
splitting that with Damian
I
Harris?
think it was
Damian Harris,
Najee.
and then
Was it Najee? I think it was. I think Najee was there because I think
like it
Drake.
had
But
to be
Najee
Najee.
wasn't
Oh
ready to
no,
come out
no.
yet.
Was
But
it
he was
was
who was
was
it?
it Josh Jacobs? I think it was Josh
Josh
Jacobs.
Jacobs. Yep, you right. Yep, you
Oh,
right.
oh, that's right. He was from
You
there.
right.
Oh,
Eh,
We
I
you
forgot
right.
RBU,
it.
man. It's RBU. Bama is RBU. Nobody can take that from
Oh,
us.
Bama will forever
Josh
be
Jacob was
RBU.
was nasty in college. He was tough.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Jerry Judy was, and I hate to make this about a Bama comment because this right up Andre Alley, but Jerry Judy is one of the greatest route runners I've ever seen in college football. I'm talking
Mm.
about college football route running. I've never seen nothing like Jerry
That's a
Judy.
fact.
Julio Jones is the greatest college receiver I've ever seen. I'm telling you. I get Calvin Johnson was great at Georgia Tech. I get all Julio Jones. Listen, I've never seen nothing like Julio Jones at Alabama. I'm talking about from a freshman all the way up until he went to the draft, man. Julio
Melo,
Jones. Well, who
you know how good he was. He stepped on campus and was the best receiver in the room. The day he stepped on campus,
And that's how
nobody
you
could do
know.
that. Nobody. You talking about Alabama here? We're not talking about Georgia Tech or nobody. We talking about Alabama. You step on campus and day one, you're the best on the campus. Come on, man. And we got a guy like
I
that
never
right
seen nothing
now.
like it, Dre.
We got a guy like
Like
that right
I
now.
can't even name a receiver who
Who,
had
Dre?
that
I
type
need
of
to know
Not a
impact.
because I've been
receiver. He's a
disappointed
safety.
ever. Okay,
He's a
okay.
safety. But Caleb Downs, remember that name. That man,
Caleb
if
Downs.
Caleb
he's
Downs.
Josh Downs' brother. He's his younger brother. And
Wow.
if he played any other position besides safety, he would be the best player in the country. But because he's a safety, they don't want to give him that title of best player in the country.
See, nah, come on, man. Like that's crazy.
And I'm gonna give you one more name to watch out for. Not in this draft or in this next year's draft, but get his dude 2 years, and I'm gonna be beating the table for him more than likely. Jaheim Otis,
What
defensive
he play, Dre?
lineman.
Mm.
That man came.
Yo,
Look, he came into Bama at four. I think it was 415 in one off
He,
season. One off season, dude lost 75 pounds
you just not gonna breeze past the fact you just had a defensive lineman came in at camp at 415.
and lost 75 pounds. Matter
oh
of fact,
He
it
my
might
been
have been.
eating. He
It
god,
been
might have
he
been.
been
man,
eating with
what are we
Neil
talking?
and
Hey, Unc, you hear me? He been eating good. Man, he been sopping up all the biscuits and the gravy, all the shrimp and
But
grits.
look, that's why I
all
Man,
like him
all the
because
pinto beans and
I
cornbread.
mean
You hear me, Unc?
it's not easy. It's
I
not
hear
easy
you,
to
boss.
lose all that weight. If you telling me a guy lost
no, it's not.
75 or 80 pounds in one
That's
off season,
amazing, Dre.
not even a year. We're talking about in a span of like 5 months. Uh, that guy and there was a play this last year. I forgot who we were playing. He pushed three dudes out the way. Three dudes was trying to block him. He just pushed them all out the way. He's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be special. I'm telling you. Remember that name because
He sound like a grown man
Caleb Downs.
already.
I'm gonna remember that
I'm
name. Yep, I just posted
Jaheim
in
Otis.
the
I'm telling
jumbotron.
you,
Shoot.
that's the
Hey,
guy
Tay,
to watch out for.
what you think about Zach Evans though, Zay? I mean Tay, sorry. I'm thinking about Zay Flowers. What you think about Zach Evans though, Tay?
Man, I think you
I,
guys might have sold me on Zach, man.
I
I
like him.
mean,
I like him. Go ahead.
nah, man, like the way he's just like slippery. Like I'm just like I put him up in the jumbotron. Like the dude, that height and that weight and just slippery moving like that, man. I'm telling you, and I've been talking with Country about complimentary backs. I think this man might fit the description of what we're looking for in a complimentary back for Saquon.
There was one play Zach Evans had, and if I could find it, I'm gonna post it in the chat later. But there was one play he was running up the sideline, ran a dude over on the sideline, cut back, ran another dude over, and then finally went
Oh,
down.
wait a minute. Oh, I think I might have that. Hold on. I was just looking at this too. Hold on.
And they called it back because he stepped out. But that's not the whole point.
Yeah, I
The
think
whole
I
point
just
is
saw it.
for you to be able to do that, you got to see the play. That play is so impressive if you see it. Mm. And Melo, do you know why
Like,
he's so far down the board? I can tell you exactly why.
Because I had two questions for you. One, because I told you, I listen. I like Quinshawn Jenkins. I can't wait for him to come out.
Judkins, yep.
I love everything about his game. But go ahead, Dre. I'm wondering about that and why Quinshawn is kind of splitting like that. Go ahead.
I mean, because Kiffin, that's Kiffin's dude right there. Kiffin was one of the only dudes out there scouting Judkins. And he offered him. And I mean, once you come out and play the way he was playing, you're going to get snaps. Like, there's nothing Zach Evans could do about that. Judkins was special. But he was still getting carries. He just wasn't getting as many carries as before. But I mean, that's to be expected. If you have a true freshman in there getting first team reps as a true freshman, he's special.
oh, I think that play that you was talking about. Oh yeah, I think I have it up here. It should be up here.
You
It's like
you got
the
in the
second.
number?
Yeah, just keep scrolling.
Hold on, let me see real
Yeah.
quick.
This one video that you put up, Tay, of Zach Evans coming out of the backfield, he didn't chip that defense in. He freaking split that dude in half and put
Mm-hmm.
him right on the ground.
Hold on.
Like
Let
it
me
was
check it out.
It
just
wasn't the first
God,
beautiful.
one.
dog.
Oh, my bad. I'm loud, but my fault. I just seen it.
Cricket.
Oh,
Dang.
Nah, he clipped
Damn!
him, bro. Nah, not even clip. He just
And
freaking.
he didn't even move.
Ooh.
Like, if you look at his body, like, he didn't even move,
It might be
man.
the third one. I think this is it. Let me see. Is this the one I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Dang.
he's coming out of the backfield,
Yeah,
and
go look at
then
the third play he
yep.
posted to Zach Evans. Tell me that's not impressive. Tell me that's not
That's
Nah,
impressive.
that
impressive.
is
Yeah,
crazy.
that's the one I just watched it about 10 times. Great day.
He ran over. It wasn't even one dude. I got it wrong. My
yeah,
fault. He ran over two dudes on the sideline.
I
yeah. I
know.
need that to be Darius Slay. I need that to be Trayvon Diggs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
That's
I
right.
need that.
That's right.
And you know the whole thing about him. You know where he was originally committed to go.
Where?
He was going to Georgia. He was the number one back in the country
What?
when he came out. He was the number
Oh
one
yeah,
back.
You mean to tell me that he would have went to Georgia
Well,
had
something
he not
happened.
went to Ole Miss?
Something happened, and then he decommitted from Georgia. I don't know what happened. I don't know that whole story. I gotta ask my guy Keon. He can probably tell me. But he decommitted from them, or he entered the transfer portal from them. Went to TCU. Was at TCU, and I think Ole Miss was probably just a better opportunity. So he ended up going to Ole Miss. Because I mean, who doesn't want to play in the SEC?
Wow, man, that's crazy.
But I think this
I'm gonna
guy's
tell you
elite.
what, guys. Y'all might think I'm crazy, but I'll be honest, man. With Philadelphia and all the free agents they got, losing their defensive coordinator, their offensive coordinator, with Dallas firing their offensive coordinator, and that, dude, we may not end up being that far from them next season. I mean, we really may not be as far as we think we are
let's
with our
talk about
coaching
it,
staff.
Like the
GRC.
division is falling apart around us,
It,
gentlemen.
I
Let's be
mean, it's
honest.
coming in. We sorry, my
We
earbud just
nah,
died.
nah, you're good.
Yeah, but coming in, I mean, we might be in a little bit better shape than what we think. Coming in that division, and Washington's going to, they're selling the team, so you don't really know what to expect from them and the new ownership. I mean, there's a lot of different things going on in our division, and what's the only team right now that has continuity? It's us.
It's
It's the
us.
Giants.
You read my thought. You read my thought, GRC. You read my thought. My
Speak
thing
on it.
is,
Speak on it.
I'm looking at the division games that we played. Like I'm looking at the Cowboys game. We
Mm-hmm.
were in both of those. We could have won those. We all know
You're
that
in the
we should have won
matrix,
that first.
Mello. You're in the
Oh,
matrix. Come
Oh
back.
absolutely.
shit.
nah, you weren't in the matrix for me. I could hear you.
Yo, can y'all hear me now?
I could
Yes,
hear
I
you.
can. Yep, I can hear you.
All right, let me do a big pat and let me stay where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Let me stay where I'm at.
There
You
you
know,
go.
yo, that's why we family because we can talk about each other while we here, while we not here, because it's all love.
Of course,
You know,
man.
That's a
that's
Yeah,
fact.
my
go ahead,
brother.
speak on it.
But no, country. I'm thinking of the games, that we played in the division. Dallas, we could have won those games. We were in both of those games. We should have beat the Commanders the first time. Graham Gano misses a field goal. Really, it wasn't nothing crazy. Graham Gano, which he never misses a field
Oh
goal. It was
my
just
God,
one of
man.
those
We should have
things, man.
swept this
Man had the
team.
flu. Man had the flu.
So I'm gonna give him that, and then I'm looking at the Eagles game. Okay, they seeing the result of 48-22, but I'm looking at the first drive of the game because those to me are the tone setters of the game, right?
Correct.
And when the Eagles came down and scored, we came right back and drove. I think we ran the ball with Saquon. Then I think we threw a pass to Matt Breida and he dropped it. And really, if he would have
Hmm.
caught that, he had some space to get loose. And then I think it was a third down. I think we probably got sacked or something on throw a holding or
Yeah,
penalty. It was something crazy, and that was the whole drive.
it
So
was a
I'm just
mess.
just saying that to say to your point, I don't think we're that far when it comes to these games. And one thing about the NFC East, and I'll tap out after this, regardless of the record, regardless of who you have on your team, it's always going to be a game.
Yep.
It's
Thank you.
always going to be.
Yeah, and that's what I think. Like, even if you think about that Philly game, I would even venture to say that maybe our coaches got a little bit in their feelings, and they probably didn't call their best game. They wanted to beat them so bad because they've been beating the Giants going into the game. They knew how important it was to the ownership, important to the fans and stuff like that. And so, they probably could have, made some decisions that they normally wouldn't make. And that's why I say, even coming into this season, see, they'll have a grip on a lot of that stuff coming in now. They'll understand what they need to do. But yeah, I mean, I've just been thinking the last couple of days. Then once they lost their coordinators, I'm like, dang man, if we can get a few pieces right and we can hit on some of these kids in the draft and they can come in and contribute, man, we just might be a little bit closer to them than what we think. And like
Yep.
we were talking earlier about um, the average. What was the average point, Tatum's? What was the
It was
average?
43
Forty
a
The
three
game.
average
points.
point was at least
No, it was
20.
43 a game. It was 43 a
Yeah, 40.
game
Yep.
in total for both teams.
Are we saying like league average?
Yeah, the
League
league
average.
Yep.
average
Okay.
for a game was 43 points a game.
43 points a game?
Yep.
Yes,
That puts into
we
Oh, yeah.
perspective
averaged 20 points a game this season.
21.
Excuse me.
21.
Hold on. Are y'all telling me the league average, scoring wise, was 43 points a game with
Yes.
the full?
Yep.
Wow.
You think it's more, don't you?
I didn't even know it was that much.
Oh no, I thought it was more.
No, I'm
I'm
talking
thinking
about
all
both
these
teams
teams are
in
scoring
total,
30
though.
points.
In
That's okay. That's why I said I'm confused. Because I'm like,
Yeah.
hold on. Who is
no, no,
scoring
no, no.
43?
Both teams in
No, it's
total 43 points a
Okay,
game.
combined. Got you, fam. Listen, I told you I'm drinking. Yeah, yeah, I got a slow walk me. I got a helmet on. You know what I'm saying? I'm riding a little bus
Oh
that's
my
yellow. All right, right
a
now. I'm
little
riding a
short
little bus
bus.
that's yellow.
No, so the so the average league for the whole game would be like 43 points. I was saying I would like for us to get 7 more points, um, going into next season. Dre's saying he doesn't think that we need that. He thinks if we could get about 4 more points, we would be right there on point. And he was actually right based on what the scoring average was this season.
But see, my whole thought process was, Mello, if you as the Giants, we just need to basically cut down on the 3 and outs, the 6 and outs. We have to have these long sustained drives, and they don't necessarily always have to equate a touchdown. You field goals are okay, but what it does is it keeps the other team's offense off the field, which is good for us because we're not a high powered offense, and it keeps our defense off the field, so they're rested every time they have to come on the field. And I think our defense performed really well this year without having that rest, with having to be on the field more. So I think if you give them that rest, I think it's only logical to expect them to perform even better because they're more rested. They have that time to go talk to Wink and say, hey, what do you guys see? And they can make those on the fly adjustments to where you don't have that time to do that. If you come off the field, your offense goes three and out, and you right back out there.
Hey, Dre, I agree with you 1,000%. Listen, if we were already 8-2 in one score games, so I'm thinking in the
Correct.
two games that we lost, what were those two games? Was it Dallas? I guess, right?
It was
That
Dallas,
We lost to
and then it
uh
Dallas,
was
and we
just,
lost to
and then it was the Seahawks.
the Seahawks. Okay, cool. And in the Seahawks game, it was 13-10 going into the fourth quarter. No, we
Yes,
ain't
it
even, I don't even
was.
want to relive that, but we
Nope.
okay.
That was a
I
nasty,
choose not
nasty
to.
loss.
Yo, that drink hurt. But I got a crazy take. I would rather be a low scoring offense than a high scoring offense. And
And why is that, Mello?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because I feel like if we're a high scoring offense, that means our defense is getting scored on a lot.
Yep.
If we're a low scoring offense, I'm just looking at this thought, Andre. I'm looking at if we're a low scoring offense, if we can beat teams 21-17, 20, if we can keep them under 20, I know that's not everybody because you have some crazy offenses, but that lets me know that our defense is getting us the ball back. And I get that some people will say, like, well, if we're a low scoring offense, that means we're not putting, the ball in the end zone. And my rebuttal to that would be, well, if we're playing time of possession, I'm cool with that. Time of possession means I think that's so underlooked. Time of possession is everything, man. If we can them
Exactly.
long drives, sustained drives, even if they're not always touchdowns, is cool. It's just with the Giants, they're always field goals. Every time the Giants come down and fucking have a great drive, it's a field goal.
See, and that
Another
that
field
was
goal.
kind of my
I was
point.
just saying this with country too.
And if you look at it, right, our defense is built for us to have a lower scoring offense. And what I mean by that is our defense gives up a lot of yards, but do they give up points? No. Our defense doesn't give up a lot of points. Our defense was one of the best teams in the red zone as far as giving up points go.
Exactly.
So if
I
we're
mean,
built that way,
the most points we allowed this season. I'm not talking postseason. I'm talking just regular season. The most points we allowed was 48 to the Eagles. Other than that, we've been pretty
yeah, but
solid.
even
Let's
that
be
game was an
honest.
aberration to if you speak to like the rest of the season, what our defense did. When teams got in the red zone, they didn't put up big points. A lot of the times they were kicking field goals. And why is that? Because our defense is set up to let you get those big yards, but they tighten up the further on down the field you get.
And I got an interesting thought too, is as much as the Eagles say their defense is this and that, I'm looking at 38-35 to the Lions. I'm looking at 32 to the Commanders. I'm looking at 33 to the Packers. I'm looking at 40 to the Cowboys. With I'm trying to figure it out. I
Like,
don't
If
yeah,
know.
you
they had the sacks and everything, but if you allow those types of high scoring games, especially with a defense like Phillies, what are we doing?
I bet you right now that if the Eagles didn't try to score as fast all the time, and they took those longer drives sometimes, and let their defense get some breathers, the defense would give up less points. But their whole thing is run, run, shot, shot, run, shot, shot. They're always taking the shot play, and what does that do? It doesn't give your defense time to rest. If you score in 4 plays, your defense just came off the field, and you sending them right back out there. They can't perform in
Exactly.
that. Like you can't
Oh, I
perform the
see.
same.
Okay, now I'm starting to see Mel's point where he
You,
wants a
you,
low scoring offense as
you see
opposed
what
to a
I'm
high
saying? Say
scoring.
what you think
Okay,
about
yeah.
that, Say.
Now I'm seeing it.
You don't
Now I'm
perform the
seeing it.
same when you look. The better your offense is, the worse your defense usually is. You want to be balanced because if you're not balanced, you're going to get into games like with the Chiefs where they have that high scoring offense just like you do, but they score a little bit better than you do. So if your defense
We
can't get
have to perform better in the first quarter. Like
Absolutely.
when the game starts, we have to come out in the first quarter and play like we play in the fourth quarter. Like you saying, Dre, whether we scoring touchdowns, we just got to sustain some drives, get some points. We just didn't do that this season. We just never could seem to get it together in the first quarter for whatever reason. I don't know why that was.
and
Exactly.
even
And when we do go out there first quarter, it usually ends in a field goal, not a
but we
touchdown.
don't even have to
Or
score
three and
big
out.
points. We don't have to score big points in the first. Just establish your running game, establish your passing game, just establish your offense. That's all I need you to do in the first quarter. Establish your
Well,
offense
if you
Exactly.
think about it,
and get some longer
if you
drives.
think about it, if your offense is going three and out a lot in the first quarter, that first quarter begins to wear on your defense in the fourth quarter because they played so much at the
Exactly.
beginning of the game. It catches up with them at the end
Mm,
of the
Exactly. And
game.
that's why I say establish your offense, even if it does eventually lead to a punt. Like I can live with that as long as you didn't go on a 3, 4, 5 play drive. Give me those long sustainable drives where you might sputter out around the 50 or whatever, but you took 4 or 5 minutes off the clock. You let your defense stay on the sideline for a minute, get some rest, talk about what they want to do coming out, and it just it for me it equals a higher
So
level of success.
so last year we were ranked 28th in the league in first quarter points.
There it is.
that's terrible.
There
I would
it is
like
right
to
That
get.
there.
is
I
terrible.
mean, we do have to get better than that. We can't be that bad, but we can. If we can get to the middle of the pack, let's say we can get to like 15.
So,
I'll be all right
so
with
Yeah.
that.
And you
second,
want to know what's
sec,
interesting?
oh, go ahead, Tay.
Oh no, Mel. I'm just gonna let you finish and then I'll go. No
I
worries,
was
I got you.
I love you, boy, for real, man. I really do. I mean that. I swear. I don't be telling people I love you just off some, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love you guys, man. You guys are my family, like, for real. You know what I'm saying? So I don't ever want to disrespect my family because of that. Now, if you are op, yeah, you already know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Flat out.
Oh, you're
But
gonna get some. If you're an op, you're gonna get more than some disrespect.
there you
Of
go. Because
course.
guess what? A lot of them is all hat and no cattle, baby. I learned that from my aunt, baby. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up.
Second quarter, we were ranked 23.
Mm,
We were ranked 23. I'm gonna see third quarter. Third quarter, we were ranked seven.
mm.
We ranked seventh in the league in third quarter, and in the fourth quarter, we are ranked eighth.
And
Wow.
do you see a
Yes,
pattern there though?
That's
Do you
crazy.
see a
I'm
pattern?
seeing a pattern.
From the first quarter to the fourth quarter, we got progressively better or stayed the same. So
All
second
right,
half
watch
we
this,
stayed the
Andre.
same, but we got
Watch
better
this,
throughout
Andre.
the game.
If you paid attention to the games, right? It was normally, and I said this the last part of the season. I beat this on the table. If you notice in the second quarter, we always ended up having those long sustained drives of 8, 9, and 10 plays. And then we would go into halftime, come out, and we would have another long sustained drive in the third quarter.
Mm,
But we never could get them going in the first quarter, but we always could we got better with the long sustained drives as the game went
And what did
on.
we
Did
do in
you
the fourth
catch that
quarter?
this season?
What did we do in the fourth quarter, GRC?
we
In,
came
What was the
in the
back.
theme?
fourth quarter, the theme in the fourth quarter was keep the game tight, eat the clock, stay control, and win the football
And
game.
And
who
you
was
want to know
responsible for
something
that?
that I've noticed?
What's
You want
that?
to know something that I've
What?
noticed? I noticed that when teams are up against us, they normally don't continue to run the ball against us. Why is that?
Because they're stupid.
And
There's
they
no
and we
reason
just
for it.
simply allow ourselves to come back from those deficits. Case in point, the Packers, the Titans, the Ravens. What
It's called
happened in those
ego. It's
games?
called ego.
Mm,
But
Yep.
look, when the fourth quarter, who is responsible for keeping the game close in the fourth quarter? Or what player do we rely on heavily in the fourth quarter? Put it that way.
Saquon.
Come
mm-hmm.
The
on, close
running
it out.
game.
So
Close it
what
out.
can you do? What can you do if you have a Zach Evans and a Saquon earlier in the game?
Oh, package this mug up, put it on the
Yeah.
Amazon truck, son. This mug's getting ready to be delivered.
Uh, that's a fact though. You can lean on that running game because if they would do, the trend was they would save Saquon for the fourth quarter. That's what everybody said all season. Oh, we're saving Saquon for the fourth quarter. We're saving Saquon. Well, if you have
Mm,
a Zach Evans to back him up, you don't have to save a Saquon for the fourth quarter because you're going to have a two-headed monster. So they should both have pretty fresh legs when the fourth quarter comes around because Saquon doesn't have to take 35 carries in a game.
exactly.
And
we
you
can just have another back to allow, for us to close out the game along with
And
Saquon.
I think a lot of
and
people are
Allow.
listen, can we
undervaluing our running backs when it or the running back in our system. People are undervaluing it, and that's why they're saying, "Oh, you can wait and take a running back in the sixth or the seventh." No, you take a
Yeah, I
running
don't
back
agree with that at
No.
earlier
yeah.
all. I don't agree
because
with that at all.
if you take a running back earlier, like a Zach Evans, that guy. I'm not saying take Bijan in the first. That would be crazy. But if you take a Zach Evans in the third, that guy is going to come in and have an immediate impact on the offense because it's a guy that's going to touch the ball a lot. Even if he's not starting, he's going to get his carry, and that's an immediate contributor.
And then listen, I'm perfectly. You telling me Saquon Barkley wouldn't love to mentor somebody else that he sees the talent in? You know what I'm saying? This man is the ultimate teammate. So you
He's a
tell I mean,
leader. He
you
is a
talk about it, Tay.
leader.
Like I don't see him looking at Zach Evans as competition, even though he is. Yeah and no, because Saquon's very competitive. So that's what I'm saying. Bringing a guy like that will spark a fire under Saquon. I
It's gonna
feel.
push him, ain't it?
You
It's
know
gonna
what it's
push
going to
him.
be for
Come on, you
Saquon?
did.
It'll be a
So
situation. It'll be a situation like we had this year with Dane Belton and Xavier McKinney, where Xavier McKinney, even though it was a rookie that we took later in the draft, he was competing with Belton. Why was he competing with Belton? Because he saw something in Belton and it sparked a fire in him. Not necessarily that was he was going to replace him, but he wanted to show him what a good safety looks like. So he has the perfect example to look up to. And I think that's the type of mentality that Saquon would come in with. I don't think he would say, "Oh, this
Mm.
guy is going to replace me," especially if you gave him security 3 or 4 years. It'll be a situation like, hey, y'all did me a favor because you are prolonging my career. With every carry less that I have to take in a season, you're adding years onto my career.
I ain't mad at. And
What
listen,
was?
go ahead,
Go
Kyle.
ahead.
Well
No,
said.
go ahead, Milo.
I didn't want to switch it too much, but I just wanted to say, can we talk about? Because I wanted to save this for tomorrow, and I probably will bring this up tomorrow as well. Can we talk about how sometimes these coordinators and coaches feel too married to Saquon Barkley? And what I
Mm.
mean by that is, why? Listen, sometimes get him off the field. Even if he's messing up, he's not above the team. And I'm not saying he always messes up, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like these coaches and these coordinators come in and just feel so enamored by Saquon and so married to him that they feel they need him on every play. Or am I tripping on how y'all
Mm.
feel about
We
that?
talked about this earlier too. Who's his backup?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we
Breida.
sure did.
When you look at Matt Breida, do you feel like Matt Breida was brought in here to be a compliment to Saquon? Mello?
Yes.
You do? I don't. I don't feel like he was
Yeah,
a
that's
Okay.
what
compliment.
I initially thought too, Mello. We were just having a whole discussion on this because,
I go ahead, Tay.
I
yeah,
feel like he
because,
was coming in.
uh-huh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go.
Because after seeing what he did in San Fran, I thought, Breida was going to do the same thing, when we brought him in, to help Saquon be that complimentary back because of his. I was looking at. I was looking at it from a speed wise perspective because Breida is speedy as hell. Like he can fly all over the place if you just allow him that running lane, that open space, he can take off at any moment. And so that's what I thought he'd be initially coming in as. But, I just haven't really seen those kind of opportunities for him, or at least yet.
And I'm gonna break it down right now why I don't think he was brought in to be a compliment. What was the biggest problem with Saquon? Injury, right? So if injury was the biggest
Right?
problem with Saquon, You want to bring in a back that's not Saquon, but can do some of the things he does. Everything that Saquon can do, maybe not as well, but everything Saquon can do, Breida can do. And I think he was brought in here as a backup, a complete, just a backup. That if Saquon did go
That's
down to injury, you have Breida that you can plug in and still get somewhat the same kind of production, maybe not as much, but the same type of production from him. Because I don't think
is a safety valve.
Breida is to
Yeah,
me,
right.
Breida is a guy that needs volume carries. He needs a lot of carries to get going, and then when he gets going, he'll break one.
Yeah, Dre. That's every running back. Every running back got to get.
Not every running
That's
back.
why I didn't get to think. When you play running back, you have to get into a rhythm. You can't just give a running back one carry and take him out the game. That's why, honestly, I feel Brightwell could have did more. To be honest with
Mm.
you, it's something about Bright. I'm not saying he's the best running back or nothing like that, or we couldn't upgrade. But I just let me stay on Breida before I get to Brightwell. With Breida, I feel like he was a compliment because one, he knew the offense, and to me, I think he's a better pass catching running back than Saquon Barkley. I think Saquon has great hands. I think he can catch. He's played. I seen Saquon catch a fucking seam route or wheel route from Daniel Jones, 52 yards or whatever it was against the Commanders that year. So he say he can
That
do it.
was beautiful. That
You
was
remember that
Mm.
beautiful.
GLC,
Yes,
man? He threw that
sir.
thing
Yes,
on the
sir.
money. Oh my goodness. I said, Danny, oh man. Listen, but yeah, Breida, I like him. I just think he knew the system. He was a compliment. Like Tay said, he was speedy, he's twitchy. It's a lot of things to like about him. I don't when I think of a backup, I think of a guy. This is just me in my process. I think of a guy who's similar to the person that you have. And I know that's different. And what I mean by that is a compliment is somebody that's different than you. That's somebody that brings a different skill set than you. So they're complimenting you. Whatever your weakness is their strength. Whatever their weakness is your strength. But a backup to me is a backup running back is a guy that has a similar skill set of the
So
start.
what does Breida do that Saquon can't or doesn't do well?
Well, I feel like pass catching. I feel like I haven't seen one bad Matt Breida play this whole season outside
Mm.
of him dropping a screen pass in the Eagles game. I can't name one bad Matt Breida play. I seen him get us a clutch third down catch. I want to say who was it? Was it the Titans? He had a clutch third down catch. I seen him carry like three people in the Commanders game, on the run. Like I really can't think of a bad Matt Breida play.
Okay, but what does he? I don't like. I disagree that he's a better pass catcher than Saquon because I just think Saquon hasn't been used that way. He probably should be used that way, but he hasn't been. But I wouldn't say that Saquon isn't a good pass catcher.
No, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that to say he's a bad pass catcher. I think that's why I say I can't. It's hard to say because I mean, Saquon, like Saquon's my favorite, one of my favorite Giants of all time. So you got me talking bad about my man Andre, and I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate that you took a fact that you took advantage
Make
of
your
my
point, Andre,
inebriation.
before you start a family feud, man. Make your
Look,
point.
no,
Nah, I
my
don't. We
whole
don't
point
want
is
that.
when you look around the league and you look at the running back duos, you go to Green Bay, you have Aaron Jones and who's the other one?
AJ Dillon,
AJ Dillon. What is AJ Dillon? He's more of that power back. What is Aaron Jones? He's that pass catcher, shifty
finesse.
finesse back. Okay, so when you look at when you look at the Browns, Kareem Hunt is that shifty finesse kind of back. Nick Chubb, power back. If you look at the
Pollard,
Cowboys,
Zeke.
Pollard, Zeke, you see a trend here? Those are compliments. Those are guys that have a complete different skill set that adds a dynamic to your offense. I don't think that Breeder does that.
Yeah, but Breida is more twitchy. Breida is more twitchy than
But
Saquon. Like
it's the same
Breida,
kind of
Breida is
game, though. He doesn't do anything differently than Saquon.
What we
it
need is a guy that we need a bruiser. So what Andre's saying is that Saquon is more of your finesse back, but we need a bruiser that can come in and pick up that really hard pause yards, 3 yards, or whatever it is, that he's going to
Logging.
just have that different
Mm,
skill
And
set.
I'm cool with
yep.
that. But see, I
Yeah.
think that we would still, if we're gonna do that, then we still gonna have to go get another running back. We're gonna need a
Right.
pure speed
And
Think
this
guy.
is
Brandon
where Zach
Jacobs.
Evans
Think
comes in.
Brandon Jacobs and Ahmad Bradshaw. That's
I,
what we're thinking.
I'm good. I'm good with that because Saquon Barkley, like he's so much of a weapon. Like he's all around to me. Like he can juke. He can be a bruiser, but you can't give him the ball like in volume like you would a bruiser. But
Right.
if we get a bruiser back, I want a speed guy. I want a straight speed dude to get up out of there. Because Saquon Barkley ain't gonna be able to do it. He doesn't. I want that skill set. Of course, Saquon Barkley has the speed, but I want a guy that we can give the ball to. And if he the Tajay Spears, there you go, Andre. If you do that, then give me Tajay Spears. I'm cool.
See, I like this kid from Fresno State. His
Um,
last name is Means, M-I
Jordan
Means.
Mims, yeah, that's
Yeah,
Jordan.
Jordan. I
Oh,
like Jordan
Jordan
Mims.
Mims.
I
Okay.
I
like
like
that
Hold on.
him
Let
dude,
me see
too.
if
man.
I can look him up on here.
I
I like
like
him
that
too.
dude. So,
I like.
and he's got some power and he's got some speed. And he can run in between the tackles too. So, I mean, he's that guy that I think can pick up those tough yards. But no, I mean having the complimentary back is something that's going to save Saquon. It's going to help him be what we would want him to be in that fourth quarter. Where you could just start handing it to him. The defense is wore down from the big bruiser guy, or even you're using both of them in the fourth quarter, and the defense is wore down. And next thing you know, you hand that thing to Saquon. He takes it around the end, and he just closes the game
Holy
right on out.
crap! Did you see this play by Jordan
Uh-uh.
Mims?
Put it up there, bro. Let's see it. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Yep. Is up there right now. Like the way he. Hold on. Let me. Okay, so he hands the ball. Like, look at this. This is beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, one cut runner, north south. I like that one cut type of runner. I'm
Me
cool. And
too.
Saquon
Yep.
is a one cut, but he has to see it and then he'll make the one cut. He's still learning that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I like Jordan Mims. Talk about it.
Yeah,
Nah,
that's a nice play right there. Yeah,
nah,
that's
that's
that's the Senior
beautiful.
Bowl. Yeah.
And what is this? The East West Shrine Bowl? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh
Like
yeah, that's the Shrine Bowl. That's right.
the
Yeah.
Shrine Bowl.
So
Yep. But like he hands it off. He finds the hole. One cut, and then boom.
he puts his foot in the ground and he's gone. And I love what was a running back years ago, not that maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, played for Atlanta. Daggone, what was that kid's name?
Devonta Freeman.
Yeah, that dude hit a. I mean, man, when he got the ball, there was no hesitation, and that's what he kind of reminds me of. Like once he gets the ball, he's running. He ain't scared to hit nobody or scared to be hit by anybody. He's gone.
Yeah, and what you want, like you said, GLC, I love the running backs that deliver the hit.
Yep,
I love the running backs that deliver. Instead of being there trying to brace because you see the safety or the linebacker coming, throw that stiff arm out there. Put that shoulder down. You know what I mean? Deliver the hit because believe
yep.
it or not, it makes a difference.
Oh yeah, it's gonna make a difference because the next time you get that ball, he ain't gonna come in there so cocky. You know what I mean? He gonna come in there with a little bit of hesitation, which allows you to just go on and bull over him one more time, and then take the soul out the man. That's all you're trying to do. Just take his soul.
Yeah, my fault.
So
I was
that's
I
it.
was gone for a minute. Just got off work, but
Nah, you good, Dre? Hold
No, we
on.
know
I think
you're working, ain't you,
I
Dre?
got another play.
Yeah, man. We was talking about how Florida was better than Bama, man.
she's talking about a
Central
gymnastics
Nah,
or
Florida.
nah.
something.
If you say Florida better than
When we
Bama, then
talking about
something's gotta be off
then we
with you.
talking about basketball, and
We're
then we
talking
talking
about
about football.
we
we're talking
we
about
talking about the
Central
Tebow
Florida.
era. We talking about how y'all couldn't beat Tebow, man.
Man, that's crazy.
Urban Meyer
Nah, I'm just
was
messing with
crazy.
Dre.
That team back in the day, that was stacked. Like, can
Hey,
we talk about
No,
Florida
no, no,
Tim
no. If
Tebow
you
for a
want to
second?
talk about a team, I'm gonna tell you. You need to go back and look at my wide receiver room when we had Jerry Judy, and just look at the rest of that receiver room. When we beat Georgia in the Natty, go look at that receiver room. It don't even make sense. All of them.
Hey,
Like that
All of
receiver
them.
room was
Dre, look
stacked.
up in the
I'm not gonna
jumbo.
even gonna hold
Look
you.
up in the jumbotron. He's got two plays with that Jordan Mims kid that I was telling you from Fresno State.
Yeah,
He just put him
I'm gonna
up in the
check it out.
jumbotron. Check him out.
Like this dude, Jordan Mims, is phenomenal, man.
I don't know what's his measurables take. Can you look that up and see how big he? Because
Yeah,
I
let me
don't.
see. Yeah, let me see if I can get his measurables on
I
here.
mean, but you probably get him a little bit later too, right? I don't think you.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think you can get him a little bit
He's
later.
6 feet 205.
No,
He's
he's
what?
comparable.
6 feet 205.
Mm.
He's a little bit
But he
lighter.
plays bigger than Zach Evans to
Sheesh.
me. He plays bigger than Zach Evans to me. It's crazy. I don't
From
know.
these two
I think
plays,
it's
from
mentality.
these two plays I've seen, he might play a little bit bigger, but in my opinion, Zach Evans is more violent. Like he's a violent runner.
I like violent runners, so I'm okay with Zach Evans being violent.
Hey,
Get up and choose
Like
violence every morning.
I'm trying to see cornerbacks get stiff armed. Like I want a guy like Derrick Henry that's just gonna stiff arm niggas, just make people look stupid. That's what I want, and that's what Zach Evans would do. Like I want to be able to hop on the space
First
and
of
say,
all,
what happened to your corner, man? That's what I want.
Derrick Henry should have been tested every day since high school.
oh, without a
I
doubt,
don't
man.
understand.
That's a
Yo,
grown
listen.
man. That's a grown
How?
man.
And then you playing Nick Saban. You know what, Nick Saban, you evil
Cheat
genius, you
code,
Dr.
the
Robotnik.
cheat code.
How, yo, I don't understand. Nick Saban look at this kid and like, yo, we going you don't put him at linebacker, Nick Saban. I know you had some 6'4" kids that play
He
running
was
back
too
their whole life,
fast.
and you told them, you know what, you not playing running back. Get your ass over there on
Why you
defense.
bullshitting? We got a
But you
six
looked
four
at Derek.
quarterback right now that we talking about playing running back.
Nah, when you look at Derrick Henry, he is the true definition of a bruiser back. Like and I didn't even know he ran that fast either because the first time I saw Derrick Henry run that fast, right? I think this was against the what team was it again? I think it was against the Pats in that wild card game. Like I've never seen a back that big run that fast in my entire life. Like, how is that even possible? Or it could be that Jacksonville game that he had, that 99-yard touchdown. I'm like, how is he able to run that fast if he's that big? Like,
Look,
First of all, hey
it's,
Tatum, he should be arrested for what he did to Josh Norman. When he
oh,
stiff
nah,
armed Josh
see,
Norman like that, that was
nah,
disrespectful.
he did that for
him stiff
OBJ.
arming Josh Norman was probably the greatest stiff arm I've
He
ever
did
seen
that
in
for
my
OBJ.
life.
That's what he
Yeah.
did. He was like, OBJ, this one for you. That's all that was.
Hey, go ahead, Dre.
Nah, but I'm saying I need
But
a
no,
violent runner like that. Give me somebody that's violent. Like I want dude to be out there trying to embarrass people on every play. And I think that's what Zach Evans gonna do.
Charbonnet up there too. You don't like Charbonnet?
Nah, because I got to take him in a second. And
Yeah, you
and
do. Yeah.
I think if Charbonnet was on Ole Miss and if Zach Evans was on UCLA, I think UCLA would still have Zach Evans in the second round. I just think I really think it's just the way his college career went that he's not a second or first round. I think this guy has all the talent in the world. I'm telling you, that man is gonna be nice.
nah, like this is wait. I just put up Jordan Mims converting from a 3rd and 20.
Yeah,
Look at
watch that.
a
Nice
third
hands
and
out the back.
20, bro.
Yep, nice hands out the backfield. Turned around, got straight up the field.
But that's a good
Yeah,
option
I'm
too.
telling you,
From what
man.
I've seen on those two plays, he would be a good option. I want to go watch some of him, but he would be a good option if we couldn't get a guy like Zach Evans. But I just feel like if we don't get him, it's gonna be some stupid shit. Like the Eagles gonna draft him, and then the Eagles
Don't
drafted.
say it. Don't say it,
It
Dre.
Yeah,
happens
you,
Don't say
every
you
it.
better
year.
not jinx it.
It
I swear
happens
to
every
Jesus,
year.
bro.
Every year, one of the guys I want ends up either a Cowboy,
Tatum, can we
an
mute
Eagle, or a
Andre?
Commander.
Can we mute him?
And now,
Man, I wish I could, but he
look,
family. He family.
Devontae. I wanted Devontae. You couldn't tell me shit. We was getting Devontae. The Eagles
I'm
got
with
him.
you,
The
Dre.
Eagles got him. I was sick.
Man, why are you
I
reminding
was
me
sick.
so
I was
much as
sick.
to why I hate the
I
Eagles
was
now
sick.
more
Ryan
than ever, man?
Robinson.
Why are
I'm
you
like, oh
doing
yeah,
this?
let's go get Ryan Robinson in the third. We take fucking Cordell Flott.
But I
Who did he
mean,
go
I feel
to?
you were right, but Devontae Smith was supposed to have a blue helmet on.
He was.
I
No, a
just
blue helmet with the New York logo on it.
How's Dallas gonna trade with them dudes, man? Like how?
Like, no, see,
What
no,
the
this is a
world?
conspiracy,
It
man.
was a fuck you to us.
This
had
is
to
why
be.
I hate both of these freaking
It
teams,
was a
That's
fuck
man.
you
like
to
This
us.
cutting
is
your nose
a
off the. That's
conspiracy.
that's cutting your nose off to spite your face, ain't it?
And going
Absolutely.
But
back,
look, they both got something
we
out
were
of it.
6-10. Well, hold on, we were 6-10, right? The Eagles, after being up, what was it, 17-14, decide to bench Jalen Hurts in favor of
Mm-hmm.
Nate Sudfeld and
Not
Tank.
even a second
I will
stringer. They
never
put in the
forget that.
third string. That was disrespectful.
Now, granted, we were 6-10, and we had no business making the playoffs. But god damn it, we almost made the
Nah,
playoffs,
Yo,
Sean.
that would have been crazy if Daniel Jones. I'm putting it in hindsight, of course. Just let me rock. Yo, if he would have went to the playoffs then and then did what he did again, that would have been something crazy. But I'm with you,
Man,
Dre. Is that shit was disrespectful. Devontae Smith, I was bragging on him, Dre. I'm with you. I watched him, and I'm going. I like Devontae Smith probably since his sophomore. You know what I'm saying? I really wasn't feeling him in the beginning in the freshman. I was like, yo, he's cool. I need to see more though. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, y'all was so stacked. But yo, when they traded up to get, and I'm watching, I'm like, okay, bet, you're not getting Devontae. You're not getting Devontae. Dun 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 dun.
I was so mad.
with the 10th round,
Yo,
with the
I'm like,
10th
hold up.
overall pick in the
I know what the fuck
2021
they about to
NFL
do,
Draft,
Tay.
the Eagles select Devontae Smith, wide receiver from Bam. I was upset.
Look,
I was
you
utterly
imagine.
pissed.
Okay, if you were upset, imagine how I felt. That man came off a
Man,
Heisman season from my school and in college. And what happened?
You in the Matrix.
And my
Yeah,
phone
you're the
connected.
makers, boy.
Can y'all hear me now?
You
Yeah,
yep,
we
Okay.
good?
I
good.
can hear you
Yeah.
now.
Uh, I get to root for the man in the pros, and I get to root for him in college. That's what's up. And then now I can't even root. Now I got to root against him. My Heisman winning receiver. I have to root against him. You know how much that hurts me? I got to say, fuck
I
Jalen
can't even
Hurts.
fathom
I got to
that.
say,
Hey Dre, you're right because I ain't gonna hold you. Like every time when I see Devonte Smith score, excuse me, it hurts more to see him score than when Kadarius Tony
that's
score.
a
Like
fact.
I don't feel as bad. Am I right? Yo, am I wrong?
Like it hurts me to my core. I gotta say fuck Jalen Hurts. I gotta say fuck Devontae Smith. I gotta say fuck Deron Payne. I gotta. It's so many players from Alabama that we play against in our division, and I'm like, why? Why can't they go anywhere else? It has to
I'm
be
telling
the
you, this is a
Eagles and the
conspiracy, man.
Cowboys
Like,
and the Commanders. Like no, I gotta root against Brian Robinson. Why?
Yeah, I tell you right. It was a conspiracy, man. Dave Gettleman.
I shoot. How do you think I feel about Chase Young? I wanted the Giants to
I
draft
was saying,
Chase
let's
Young
talk
too.
about that too.
Now I got to root against
I'm
this
not gonna
man.
hold you. I'm glad we didn't take Chase Young. We wouldn't have Andrew Thomas now.
I think it would have been different.
Now we wouldn't
Oh,
have
okay,
Andrew
okay,
Thomas
okay,
no more.
okay. Got you.
And Thomas is that
I
guy.
tell you, man, Chase Young, he's. I, am I missing something with him?
Mm.
You
Uh
you know
oh, what are we
you know
missing?
what it is. Chase Young, and y'all gonna hate me for this. He's the next Davian Clowney.
Oh no. Oh hell.
See, I feel like he just. I don't know, man. I haven't been that impressed with him. Maybe it's
But
just me. I don't
that's
know.
why he's the next Jadavion Clowney. You remember Jadavion Clowney coming
Yeah,
out of South Carolina?
Yep.
There was so much hype
absolutely.
around him. Or what's the guy that
Yep.
All
the
based on
Texans
that one hit. Yep.
Texans took a guy, Mario Williams. Mario Williams had all the hype in the world
Mm.
when they took him number one overall and just shit the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there is what we are getting right now with Chase Young, in my opinion. I know it's
Oh
I
because of
agree.
no.
I
injury. It's
agree.
because of injury, but hey, that's part of football.
And
Even
that
his
injury
play.
happened on FedEx Field too, of all places. See, this is why I can't. Freaking Washington, bro.
I felt like his play too, though. Just even watching him play, I just feel like he never really lived up to the billing. I mean, that's what I
I'm
think.
real
I don't know if it's
I'm
right.
real weary when it comes to them players from Ohio State. Not too many of them that turn out to the ones that are highly touted. A lot of them don't end up being nothing. Look at Okuda.
That's true, ain't it?
When's the last time you heard from Jeff Okuda? And he was a can't miss prospect, was he not?
That's what
True.
they said.
But the
That's what
Bosas,
I've
the
been
Bosas
told.
are good though.
The
The
He
Bosa's
was
Bosas
good,
like them.
drafted third overall. He was drafted third
but for
overall by
everyone
the
that's
Detroit
good, you can
Lions.
find me at least one that's not good.
Because I was mad at Eli Apple then
Oh,
and
No,
now.
see, you
no,
ain't even
I
have to
was
no,
say
mad
that.
no,
at Eli.
You
no,
ain't even have to
no,
bring that name
no,
up. I was
no.
trying not to bring it
My
We're
bad,
not
y'all.
saying that
Y'all
name
right.
up here.
I was wrong. I was
up. You
wrong.
know,
Y'all
we
right.
should have hated him from the beginning. You know who his uncle is? His uncle is an Eagles fan. His uncle,
Uncle Tom.
nah, his uncle is Michael Blackson.
All right, Dre. I'm not listening. Once
I'm
again, you
dead
taking
fucking
advantage of
serious.
my
No,
inebriation,
I'm dead
and I don't
serious.
appreciate
No,
nothing about that.
I'm not kidding. I'm 100% serious. I think he said it on Shannon Sharp podcast. He said on Shannon Sharp podcast that's his nephew, like his sister. That's her son. Eli Apple's uncle is Michael Blackson. I am not bullshitting. I am 100%
I
genuine
gotta
in that.
look this up, but I still can't believe we freaking drafted this man in the first round at number 10 overall.
That's nasty.
At you know what?
And they Eagles fans. That's nasty. Now we know why Eli Apple was so bad for us because he was a fucking Eagles fan. It was a conspiracy.
Now I know why Landon said what he said when he was a cancer in the locker room. Now I know what. Finally understood what he
See, you
said.
got to put two
What
and
he
two
meant by
together. It's
that.
nasty. You can't be an Eagles fan and then come play for the Giants.
Yeah,
Nope.
no,
Can't do it.
that's disgusting.
Cannot do it.
But yeah, not
No, that is
Mello.
Unacceptable.
If you don't
nasty.
believe me, go look it up. I'm telling you, Michael Blackson is his uncle, like his blood uncle.
Yeah. So would we have been? Would you have been cool with Laramie Tunzel that draft?
There were character concerns with Tunsil, right? Because
Man, if he's a good
They said
tackle,
he smoked.
just send him
He was
over
smoking
here.
what
weed. They caught him
they
smoking
caught
weed.
him smoking weed from a fucking gas mask. That you are a pothead. Look, coming from somebody who used to smoke a whole lot of weed, if you graduated to a gas mask, you smoking a whole lot of weed.
Hey, Dre. Everybody got a pass, man. Everybody got a pass.
I tried that gas mask shit one time.
If you
Feel like
walk
you
around
choking.
like Russia just set off a nuclear bomb, you got
I'm
issues.
telling
Look,
you,
if
it
I was the
feels like you're
GM,
choking.
look. If I was the GM, I don't care. Like, I don't give a damn. If you're a good tackle and we need help, you best believe I'm
But it
drafting you.
feels like you're. Have you ever look? If you gotta, if you smoke weed, try it one time. Just try the gas mask. It feels like you can't breathe. And if my offensive tackle is smoking weed to that extent, I don't know. I don't know. Now I would have been wrong, but like most teams were in the draft. But me, I probably wouldn't have taken him either. Who else was in that draft?
Let's see. We're going back to
I got it. Yeah,
2016.
I got it up for you, Tay. So after we'll just go through the top 10.
All
You
right.
got Jared Goff going first to the Rams, Wentz to the Eagles, Bosa to the Chargers, Joey. Then Zeke went to the Cowboys. Jalen Ramsey went to the Jaguars. Ronnie Stanley went to the Ravens. DeForest Buckner went to the Niners. Jack Conklin went to the Titans. Leonard Floyd went to the Bears, and then we chose Eli Apple.
And then
I,
who came after him?
I
Um,
bet. So after him, Tampa Bay chose Vernon Hargraves, the cornerback.
mm,
He was ass. And
yeah.
then the Saints chose Sheldon Rankins from Louisville, defensive tackle. I think
Eh,
he had like an ACL or bicep injury or something
yeah.
like that.
So,
Miami chose Laramie Tunzel.
mm-hmm.
Oakland chose Carl Joseph.
Yeah.
The Browns chose Corey Coleman, who ended up on our team anyway. Detroit had Taylor Decker, the tackle.
He's
Atlanta
pretty
had,
good.
yeah, he was. He was pretty decent actually. Atlanta had Keanu Neal, the safety. The Colts had Ryan Kelly, and then there was like Will Fuller. Kenny Clark was probably the best pick in there,
I would
27.
have taken Kenny Clark too.
Kenny
God
Clark,
damn it.
the defense tackle, right? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
for the
But matter of
Packers.
fact, nah, I wouldn't have taken Kenny Clark because knowing how the Giants used to fucking be, he would have been here for 4 or 5 years and they would have got rid of his ass like they did with every other fucking defensive tackle.
That shit breaks my heart every time,
Yeah, you
Drake's.
remember
All of
Do
them.
Damon
you know
Harrison?
how much it hurt me when we got rid of Dalvin?
It hurt me too, Dre. I wasn't even a
Man, I,
Bama
I
fan.
was
That hurt
sad,
me though.
man.
But
That shit
well,
hurt
you
me
can't
for real.
just get rid of Bama players, man. We got to stop that shit. Once you get
Which is
dudes
why I
from Bama, you
fear
keep.
for which is why I fear for Dexter Lawrence. We need to keep him on this
Oh
team at
no,
all
no. Dexter
costs.
Lawrence is a
He a Clemson guy. Well, but Dalvin Thompson hurt my heart, man, because I feel like I finally our defensive line was starting to be good. Meaning, for me, we had Leo Williams at that time. We had just got Dexter Lawrence, and we had Dalvin Thomason. Yeah, you
Man,
was not running the ball,
no, you was not.
but we didn't have any pass rush, so I get it. So I think that year, did we have Marcus Golden that year? I think I had to look it up. It's been so many bad memories, but it's toast to the good ones. What about Michael Thomas in the second round? How would y'all have felt about that? Who did we choose in the fucking second round that year? We chose Sterling Shepard. Yo, am I in the Matrix? Do I gotta drop down?
No, you good.
Man, come on, man. Hey, yo. Hey, GRC, I'm cursed. Like, I ain't gonna say I'm cursed, but I'm paranoid, man. Every time I'm in a space and I get to talk, Mello gonna pull up Mello. Look, hey,
Yup.
Tatum, don't ever have me in your space, man. I will shut down your space, and I'm not even the host.
Nah,
You know
man,
what I'm saying?
my
I
phone was
just got
acting
this
crazy.
thing
That was
with
my
me,
I
fault.
man.
mean,
I
this
apologize,
this
but
brother was trolling Elon Musk yesterday
man, nah,
about the
Elon is
doggone
crazy.
spaces, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man.
Hey, I had to tell him, GRC.
I saw you.
But
I
nah,
saw you.
man,
I
when
peeped you.
we Dalvin Tomlinson, I mean, Jesus Christ, man, it was a sad sight to see him go, bro. Like, what was we doing? I remember when we had
Yeah.
Demar Harrison, Snacks Harrison. I remember him.
Man, listen, I love Snacks, man. That was my guy, I mean, you talking about a big man that was nimble. Listen, don't get it twisted, man. Just because he was 300 and every bit of every pound, whatever, I think like 330 or something like that. But man, that man can move, man. Straight run stuffer. I love
My
Snacks,
God,
man.
man,
I did.
seeing him, JPP, especially on that 2016 defense. Like, come on, let's talk about it, man. Like that 2016 Giants defense, man. It was beautiful, man. Very beautiful, bro.
We had Janoris Jenkins.
Oh my
Who else?
God.
Who was on the other side? I got to see who was on the other
We
side.
had DRC, bro. Oh my God.
Yeah, I need to see it. I got to pull it up. We went in 11-5 that year. Let me see what the defense is. The defense, hold up. The yards points for the defense was ranked number 2 in the
Number
league, and
two
Our
yards they
in
def-
was
the
top 10.
league,
our defense
bro.
was dogs.
That is crazy. The offense was trash though. We was 26 and 25th.
This was when we had Eli, Shepard, OBJ, Rashad. Rashad Jennings at running back,
Oh my
bro.
goodness, Tay Rashad Jennings. Wow.
And I
Are
believe we had Eric Flowers at tackle.
well, look, the
I got to
defense
pull
was
up
some
the team.
dogs for sure.
Like I remember that Cleveland game back in 2016. Like JPP was just dominating that game, bro.
We had Rashad Jennings, Paul Perkins, Shane Vereen, and Orleans Darkwa. What are we doing? And Will Ty was our
We
tight end.
putting on the gas
Oh
mask,
my
bro. We
god,
getting
I
high.
remember
That's
Will
what we doing.
Tires. Jesus Christ, I used to play with
Will
him.
Ty and Larry Donnell.
I used to play with this giant squad back in Madden. Holy crap, man!
Yo, listen, our wide receivers was Sterling Shepard, Odell. We had Tavares King and Dwayne Harris and Victor Cruz.
Gosh.
Then we have
So,
That was the
who
both
else do we
there.
have at receiver?
so
Yeah, what's the other dude? Roger Lewis? Was it Roger
Yes.
yeah,
Lewis?
no, no. Was it
Oh no.
No, was it Roger?
Did we have Dwayne Harris?
Yeah, we had
Yeah,
Yep.
we had Dwayne Harris. Yeah, Roger Lewis. That
you
doesn't
remember he was
seem right.
yeah, you was right. I think he left the year before.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was on the 2015 team, but I'm not even gonna look him up because he probably don't even have a Wikipedia. Not even gonna look him up. Not even gonna waste my data.
Nah, but
Mello saying the man's probably
if the
homeless and
offense had
stuff.
just got slightly better, then maybe we could have went far in that.
Oh.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
They said that year we was on a 2 game winning streak before we lost. Well, we was 2-0 before we went on a 3 game losing streak to the Redskins, Vikings, and the Packers. We rebounded and went on a 6 game winning streak for the first time since 2010. Then we lost to the Steelers in Week 13.
I was so
Hmm.
upset when we lost to the Steelers. It was a good
I
game.
remember that.
And then, of
Yep.
course, my friend who was a Steelers fan at the time, ratted, like, he was going in. I'm like, dude, we have the same record. Calm down, dude. It was a good game, man. But Jesus.
I will say I had a guy I work with a little bit. He's a big Eagles fan. I saw him Monday morning. I didn't even say a word. I didn't have to. You know what I mean? Like I didn't have to say anything.
GRC.
See,
Next
no,
time you see
see,
him, you know what you got to tell him, GRC.
I just let that mug suffer. That's all I did.
Look,
I
and
just
this is
let it
if
why,
you
suffer.
see him
and
again,
this
I
is
got a I
why,
got a
look,
little poem
yep.
for him. Look, you gotta go up to him. You wrote him a poem and tell him say roses are red, violets are blue. Y'all lost the Super Bowl and your coordinators too.
No, that is a good one, man. That is a great one. No,
I love it. Oh
see,
yeah.
back
Oh
Because
yeah.
think about it. They
listen,
have went from the pinnacle. Them dudes straight like woke up Sunday morning on top of the world. Woke up Monday morning straight in the basement, bro. Straight in the freaking
they
You
basement.
know what
literally
that you
lost
know what
their
it
two
tells me about their
coordinators with all of
coordinators
in the
though?
span of 24 hours.
That's
Ain't that something?
their coordinator going to Arizona tells me he doesn't think that they can do it again. Or
Mm.
he's not happy with Jalen Hurts. Because he was their offense coordinator when they went to
No.
Arizona, right?
No, the
Yeah.
defensive coordinator went to
No, the
Arizona while
Yeah, yeah,
defensive
you're
I
right.
the
You're
thought the
right.
offensive
defensive
coordinator went
coordinator
to the
went to the
Colts.
Colts. I thought defense was the
Hey,
Colts.
no, it actually flopped. You're right. You would have thought it was going to go the other way, Dre, but actually the defensive coordinator went to Arizona,
Oh yeah, that's
Yep.
right. Because
and
the
the
offensive
off,
coordinator left
yeah,
first.
And
Okay,
yeah.
no,
on
that.
top of that, ladies and gentlemen, the Eagles have 19 unrestricted
But
free
look, that
agents
tells
that
me
they got
Yeah.
to
then.
figure out
Then if that's
what to do with them.
the case, that tells me that their DC didn't think that they would be back next year because
So
nobody wanted to take that Arizona job. Like nobody did.
yep. So y'all seen the Wizard of Oz, and so you know how the Wicked Witch is green, and
Mm-hmm.
remember her last line in the movie. I'm melting. I'm melting. That's what these
That's what's
That's
happening
what
to
these
them.
bugs are
Damn.
doing.
Like I gotta take a look at the free agents again, but their free agents include Fletcher Cox,
Oh, it's
Sidney
gonna be
Gardner
fun next
Johnson,
year
I
when they take
believe.
that step back. It's gonna be so much wide receiver he was paying close
And
to.
then I did not think they said that 6 or 7 contracts are void contracts. So these guys, just like Sterling Shepard, are fucking, free agents. Brandon Graham, their guard, TJ Edwards, yeah, like you said, to a lot
Kelsey,
of
I
these guys.
said I heard they're gonna be
Yeah,
paying
Kelsey too.
Kelsey. That dude's like 42 years old. He gonna be almost as
Yeah.
old as Brady.
Yeah, he's gonna
Yeah,
retire.
yeah.
He
I
ain't
think
coming back.
he may be about 103 by now. You know, I don't
No,
know
I
how he
think
keep doing it.
Kelsey
I need to
is
check this.
what?
Listen, I need
I
to
think
make sure
yeah,
this man isn't a day walker. I need to make sure he ain't a vampire because this man ain't aging. He just, what's going on?
yeah,
You know what
Kelsey
I'm saying?
is
He
37.
collecting them checks every Monday.
No, he's
Yeah.
36, I think. Kelsey is 36, 37. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
gonna
they supposed to, he's
retire.
got some void. I mean, I know he's supposed to retire, but however they set his contract up, I thought I heard someone say that they would still be paying him when he was like 40 years old.
And James Bradbury is demanding the to be paid not for cheap.
Then you want to
Well,
So
talk
that's
about you want to come back to the Giants. You
oh
got some
no,
nerve.
man.
man,
Go that away. Go that. Hey, my man, go that away. Like that away.
if he, man, I would love to see him and
Keep
Adoree
going north, son.
again.
Keep going north. You're not coming
Can't
back
do it,
south.
Tay. Nah, Tay. I can't let you do it. I know you love him. I love him too, Tay. But nah, Tay. He gone. He gone. What was the so far gone? When you so far gone, he too far gone, Tay. Let him
Yeah,
go.
agree.
Like the country song says, he's
I
as
don't think
gone as a
the
girl gonna
contract
get.
that he's looking for.
I like that.
Yeah, he's damn. It sucks that we had. It sucked that we had to give him up because if we didn't give him up, then we would have never been able to sign our current draft class. Man, it sucked. That was the bind. That was the casualty of Gettleman that we
But
had.
he wasn't gonna fit the scheme
So
anyway. So I mean that's the biggest thing is he
like
wasn't
I
gonna fit
understand
the
that
scheme.
he didn't have a
So
big as a second year, but come on, man.
yeah, but he wasn't gonna fit the scheme. I mean that's the thing is when a new regime comes in, they got to let these guys go that's not gonna fit what they want to do and bring the other guys in. And I mean, I think even for Giants fans, one thing that drives me crazy about Giants fans is that they always want the guy that they always want the guy that left to come back, and then every time somebody comes up from somebody else's squad, they're like, "The Giants got to go get him." The Giants, come on, man, just relax.
I'm
As
like
DLC, I'm surprised you said
I'm
there was only one thing. That surprised you about
like
Giants.
trying
I'm
to go,
surprised.
yeah, I'm trying to go back through history. Like who was that one corner that the Giants had that everybody feared? Like when was the last time we had an elite cornerback?
Corey Webster,
That Corey Webster. That was it.
you
I like
forgot about
Cole
him.
Wilson. Was DRC one of them guys to y'all?
Yeah, yeah. DRC was probably one too.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I
He was good. He was
yeah.
good
To
for him.
me, like his style play, like yeah, I have to put him up there too.
I mean, if you think about it, like how fortunate were we to have Michael Strahan, Matthias Kimanuka, Jason Pierre-Paul, Justin Tuck. I
Wow.
mean, come on, dude. Like
Nah,
that
Justin Tuck, man,
that
back in the
is
day, man.
incredible to have those guys all almost at the same time is just remarkable.
Imagine if we had those types of guys now on
But that's
this
what I'm saying. That
defense.
you just teams just don't hit like that. We just I mean where did Jason Perry? He come out of Central Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
South Florida.
South Florida. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
So I
South
mean,
Florida. Okay,
you're
got it.
not expecting the guy that's coming out of South Florida to be Jason Pierre-Paul.
Man,
No,
he would
no.
like JPP
Yo,
was
did
like
we choose him in the first round, Tay?
now what now, huh? What happened?
Did we choose Jason Pierre-Paul in the first round?
Oh, I did
Am I
not.
not
I
mistaken?
did. Hold
Oh,
on. Let me check. I'm on Pro Football Reference. Let me take a look.
look it up for
So
me, Tay.
so Lawrence Tynes just posted a thing. Who's your favorite all time receiver,
Yeah, we did take him in the
top
first
three.
round. He was number 15
Really?
overall. JPP.
I
Yep.
thought
I
we
didn't know
This
did.
was back
I
in
thought
the
we
20
did.
draft, the
that. Dang,
2010 draft.
I didn't realize that.
And that's to your point, GRC. For you to take a chance like that on a kid out of South Florida, yeah.
Right.
Go ahead, family.
He was a freak though, man. That dude was, yeah, he was nice. And OC Human, I forgot him. God dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, to
Yeah,
have
I was
all
just
these,
about to say it. On
I,
Human York. Yep, I
I
I
was
got.
just
mean,
about to say it.
crazy.
I still don't think I've seen a player. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I still don't see. I still haven't seen a player that does what he does in the NFL. Yeah,
No,
I'm
how
talking
come
about
nobody's copied that? Nobody's copied that. It's unbelievable.
that strip sack, like that strip sack specialist, like in Madden we have was called like X Factor. I don't know if you play,
Oh yeah,
Madden in country. Okay,
yeah,
so
I did.
okay. So the X Factor, strip sack specialist would be OC Umenyor. I mean, this man, you talking about acceleration off the line, timing. Learning how to do that. I mean, his stance, he get down in that 4 point stance and get. I'll be
Couldn't
like, yep,
stop him.
yeah, he
Mm-hmm.
about to do it. Yeah, Donovan McNabb, yeah, it sucks for you today.
Yeah, hey, you're done, buddy.
Sucks for you
I remember
today.
like, I
But
remember
I'll be
the game
honest
where
with
the
y'all.
Giants defense was just terrorizing the Eagles. Like, they had, what, 7 sacks in that game?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
Well, I
remember
remember
that.
that. Yeah. So here's the
Nah, let's
thing.
see.
I think Thibodeau can actually do that. Like I think with his speed and he gets his technique down, I think with this because that was what OC had. He didn't quite he was strong, don't get me wrong, but he didn't have quite the power just to bull rush the guy. He had that speed to get around and instead he said and I remember him saying something y'all probably can correct me
Now,
about
yep.
the fumble was just as good as the sack, right? Something
Mm-hmm.
like that. And so that is something I do feel like that Thibodeau can get a handle on and be able to do that. That's
Now, if he's not being held every freaking play, then maybe
this is
he
yeah.
would have got his sack numbers inflated. But hey, I'm not saying nothing. It's all right. He'll 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 find a way to get
He'll
his
learn.
technique down.
Just keep playing,
Offensive
Thibodeau.
lineman.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just keep playing, Thibodeau. Now, when you start throwing up your hands and making a fit, like you're
Yeah.
a rookie, you gotta chill. We know who you are. We like, but it's the NFL. Everybody's a star. You see over there, his name Jamar Chase. You see over there, his name Fred Wagner. You see over there, like everybody's a star.
Yep.
So just play. You gonna be all right. You gonna
What
get it.
he's got to understand is
Yep.
all he has to do he don't have to do any effort in any other part of his life. All he has to do is get to the quarterback, and he'll be the biggest star he ever wanted to be in New York. That's
Absolutely.
all he's got to do.
I
You got one
believe that.
job, dude.
Yep. I believe that Thibodeau can be our JPP. And speaking of JPP, let me remind you of his 2011 stats. Right. This man started 12 games, played all 16 games. This man had 16 and a half sacks. 16 and a
Wow,
half. This man was a first team All Pro, fourth in Defensive Player of the Year votings, and he made the Pro Bowl. How about that? And he had about 28 quarterback hits. How about that?
that is crazy.
Love JPP, man. I love J. I was mad when he
And
started to
you
get
know,
injured.
this was in his second year. That was the year we went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, man. Well, yeah, you got some of these other dogs on the other side, man. You definitely gonna benefit, and that's actually a perfect segue about what I was about to say about Thibodeau. Thibodeau, next year you have to understand, you have to mature, and what I mean by that, family, is this: Thibodeau, you have to understand that next year you're gonna get double teamed, you're gonna get triple teamed, you're gonna get chipped. So it's gonna happen, and it's not about getting injured or anything. It's about understanding the threat that you are in the game and how to now you got to elevate your game even the more, like to your point, GRC, how you gonna beat these double teams, how you gonna outsmart them, how you gonna outthink them. And I think if he can put that together, we're gonna see what we want to see.
And that's why I say I think like his biggest attribute is probably going to be his speed, like the his quickness of getting off of the ball, pause. That right there is going to be his thing where he, even if he doesn't get to the quarterback, just reach around right there and just, pause, smack that ball right out of his hand. So it's
Yeah, that good old reach around, huh, cousin?
Mm-hmm.
you
I
gotta
was
watch.
seeing his
Gotta be
I was
careful of that
seeing his
junk.
highlights from Oregon. This man can freaking move, man. Like he can move around, and that was why I wanted the Giants to get Kayvon Thibodeau at number 5. And guess what? We got him. The moment we got him, I literally screamed from the rooftops. I was happy. I was joyful, man,
Yeah, that's what
because
I'm saying.
we were finally getting that pass rush that we wanted, because we had Aziz coming off of his 8.5 sack season, and with him and Kayvon, that was a combination of heaven, man.
Yeah,
It
we
was
got Aziz got to get healthy, man. He's got to get healthy, stay
like
healthy,
this is like I'm saying that Aziz might be good for like a rotational. Maybe we can draft another edge so that we can, so that these guys can help that edge rusher to understand that this is what we need. We need people that are going to disrupt the backfield, and we need to have a consistent pass rush.
I'm
We
with you. I'm
need to
with you,
get to
Tay.
the quarterback at all costs,
And you know
because
what? Go ahead.
like one of the things our defense was horrible in was stopping the run. Like we couldn't stop the run for jack shit. And I'm not blaming edge rushers for this. It's more so linebackers than it is edge rushers. But if we set the tone on the edge, whether it be in the run game or in the passing game, that's gonna dictate how our games are gonna go. That's gonna dictate what type of defense, what type of formations we're gonna have on defense, because Wink does every formate like different formations for defense almost every week. And if we can establish a strong presence on that edge, along with us getting stronger linebackers, then that's how we win the majority of these games coming into next season. Am I wrong about that?
no, you're not wrong. Go ahead, Mello. Speak on it, baby. Speak
Yeah,
on it.
nah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Say, I don't think you're wrong with that. Especially getting some additional help for Aziz. To me, honestly, I want to give Aziz the Lorenzo Carter treatment. Lorenzo Carter was one of my favorite Giants coming into the draft. I felt that when we got him, I knew he was going to pass rush coming out of Georgia, but we kept trying him. Kept trying shit, as Cat Williams say, trying shit, and it just didn't work. And that's what I feel. I'm hoping that it isn't the same with Aziz. I really want him on this team. I really want him to get a big contract and play well, so we can have those bookends the same way on offense with Evan Neal, hopefully, and Andrew Thomas. Let's do that with Kayvon Thibodeau and Aziz Ojolari. If we can have a run stuffing outside linebacker stacking the edge, and then on the other side we got a pass rushing linebacker, sign me up for it. But like GRC said, man, he has to stay healthy. The best of ability is availability. So I'm with you, Tay. Let's get another guy here. Let's listen. Let's spark everybody on this damn roster. Let's get a cornerback. Let's get an outside linebacker. Let's get some interior. We got 11 picks. Let's get a running quarterback too. Daniel Jones. Damn it, come on. You know what I'm saying? I'm with you guys, man.
Hey, let's bring in
Exactly.
some competition for the freaking water boy too. Like, let's don't let that dude off the hook neither. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like everybody.
Hey, I'm with it. See,
man.
guys, this is what I'm talking about, man. We we need to establish a good team, and I believe that we have the capabilities to establish a good team. It starts with how we treat our in-house guys, and it's gonna keep going from free agency to the draft, and this is just a cycle. This is all just a cycle to see if we can compete, and I believe we can compete. We
Well, that's
can
my
compete.
thing. I think that's why I say I think we're closer than what I thought we were 3 weeks ago. And then at the same time, like there's to me, there's nothing more demoralizing than having a team just run the freaking ball all over you.
And
Like
that
I
is
just
exactly what the Eagles did.
and that's dude, and nothing gets to me more than that. So that's something that yeah, Wink's got to get that junk fixed. He's got to get it
Exactly.
fixed.
We have to build our roster so that we can compete with the likes of both Dallas and Philly, because we've been swept by both teams already. The like so far, the only team that we're able to compete with, and when I say compete with, I mean actually win games against, are are the Washington football team. It's sad, it's tough to say, but that's what we're doing. If we can actually build our team to actually win games, or even at least split series with our division, with our other division rivals, then that's how we dictate the outcome of our season.
We
Like
have
I
to at least.
understand that like all the other teams that are not in our division. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. I understand it. But divisional games are just as important as the non-divisional ones.
Well,
It
we have
starts
to
with the
make it.
division.
Yeah, we have to make it where our divisional opponents at least respect the fact that we can beat them, right? Like they know that
Right.
anybody can win or lose on any Sunday. Every team knows that, but we need to have it in their freaking heart that they understand that the likelihood of us beating is high. And then that way we can get some of that respect back and make them earn. If they beat us, I want them to earn it. If we win, I want us to earn it. But it can't be these freaking gimmies no more.
Exactly. I can't remember the last time we beat the Cowboys with Dak Prescott on fully healthy. And I can't remember the last time we beat the Eagles with Jalen Hurts healthy.
Have we ever beat Dak? Maybe
Have
once.
we ever beat, you know, like maybe in
Let me
his
look it
rookie
up. But
season,
I know we beat Jalen
week
Hurts what
1.
last year though.
Right.
Yeah,
But I'm
we
saying
did beat Jalen Hurts last year, but I'm thinking of it in terms of like, are the giant like us being competitive, like being, or excuse me, having a winning record and being able to beat guys like the Cowboys and the Eagles. See what I'm saying?
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. No, it has to start in our division. I mean, that's
And
the best.
Dak is
What you
10 and
got?
2 against us.
10-2.
Dak is huh? What? Say it again.
He's 10 and 2 against us.
I'm just
that
gonna
is
tell you, if I've
disgusting.
kicked if I've kicked your butt 10 out of 12 times, I mean, yeah, I just ain't got much respect for you.
That is
You know what I'm
disgusting,
saying?
and
Like,
And
I ain't scared of you.
I can't even begin
to add on to that, that was his
to
rookie
see what
season.
the Eagles' record is against us for the past, what, 5 years, 5 or 6 years.
We
That
haven't
was
beat.
his rookie season.
Yeah, we swept Dak his rookie year.
Oh, yep, we sure did. That was 2016. Oh, it was a glorious time. But then after that, it was.
That was a beautiful time to be a Giants fan at that
Oh,
point.
it was, man. Oh, it was. Until and when I got the news that we were facing Green Bay in the playoffs, I was like, "Holy crap! Eli Manning against the
Let's
Packers
do it again,
again."
right, Tay? Like, let's do it again. Let's
Mm-hmm.
go.
Yep. I like. Come on. Whenever we face the Packers in the playoffs, it's something like it always translates us to going to the Super Bowl and winning, right? We would have had what, our fifth Lombardi Trophy in our display case already. Like I don't care who the other teams we had to face in the NFC. I don't care. We were going to the Super Bowl, and we were going to take our fifth Lombardi Trophy home with us. But then that the yeah, no, I'm not gonna get too much into
Yeah,
it.
we don't
And
speak
yeah,
about that.
no, we don't speak about what
That's with the
happened.
other thing. We don't speak about the other thing, and we don't speak about that. I got you though.
Yeah, we bitten off more than we can chew in that game, and then it happened.
The reality to me, and I said it earlier today, was our offense was scoring about 30 points a game, and the defense was giving up 32 points a game. They could not stop a nosebleed. They just couldn't. And then what the organization do? That they fired Tom, and then after they fired Tom, then they loaded up on the defense. And my thought was always, if they would have left Tom in place, you had Eli. Both of these men have proved to you they can win championships. Why not leave Tom in place, load up on the defense because your offense was scoring points. You had Odell there. I mean, just fix the defense was what the biggest problem was. I think we could. I think they could have won one more before they let him go.
Mm.
And Ben McAdoo, you gonna do that to my quarterback though? For real?
Right, right,
This is
yeah,
what we doing?
I was
yeah,
disgusted.
yeah.
There was a
I was
Was
so
public
upset.
outcry for that man to be fired, and guess what? That he was fired.
the day that dude showed up with his freaking suit that was about 3 times bigger than him, looked like Herman Munster, and then 4 weeks, and then 4 weeks later showed up with his hair slicked back, looked like doggone Jack Nicholson. I didn't had it with that fool. I mean, I didn't had it with him. Good night, Irene.
It was him who got the boot. Jerry
And then-
Reese
So
got the
you go
boot.
so you gonna
Yep.
Tay real quick, my fault to cut you off. Cause Ben McAdoo did something that was so disrespectful to all of us, on top of what he did with Eli Manning. Then after that, you gonna excuse me, you gonna come to the press conference, and then you gonna tell us that Geno Smith gave you the best chance to win. You that's what you gonna do to us,
No,
right? You just
you
gonna
know
tell me it's raining though, right? You
you
just gonna
mean
tell
to
me it's
tell me
raining?
you mean to tell me that us Giants fans we're expected to believe that garbage? Come on, man. Like no. You don't do that to a guy that won you not one but two Super Bowls, who's proven to you that he can't that he is the probably one of the most clutchest quarterbacks that we've ever got a chance to witness.
He knew he
Tell
was
me
over his
that
head.
a
See, he knew
backup QB has a better chance to
he
win the
was
game than our starting QB. No,
he
I
was
don't
in
believe
over
that.
his head, and desperate men do desperate things at desperate times. He was desperate to try to get a win because he knew he was done. He knew his goose was cooked, and so that was more of a desperation move than anything. And Tom Harris should. I mean, John, they just shouldn't have went for it. They just, and I'm surprised they did. I'm really surprised they did, to be honest.
Now, what I will say is, was Eli past his prime, like Ben McAdoo said? That's up to y'all to decide. But I believe that and this is and mind you, Ben McAdoo wanted to draft who? Patrick Mahomes. And guess what John Maris said? Maris said no. We're rolling with Eli. That
See,
is
I've
it.
heard that
That
story
is the
wasn't true.
discussion.
Is
That's
that
the end of
true?
it.
I've heard that story
Yeah,
wasn't.
I
I've
gotta
heard
look
that.
into it too. I heard that too, GLC, that it wasn't true, but I gotta find out because there'd be a lot of
Find out
things
for us,
going on.
Mello. Find out and let me know because
Now that
I
hey
really want to
that's
know
what
if
I've
that's
heard.
true.
That's what I've heard.
I think I want to know. Maybe I don't want to know. Do I want to know the answer to
That's a good question. As I'm trying to get ready to find it, I'm thinking of it like, do I want? Because yeah, I'm already with you.
Now,
that? I
now
mean,
I don't want to
God.
like look back into it because look, I don't want to be reminded of the horrible scene. Like, listen, right now the Giants are in probably one of the best positions that we've ever been in the last 5 to 6 years,
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
and
100%.
I'm very glad
100%.
that we're finally taking a step in the right direction. I'm glad that John Mara admitted last year that he was wrong.
Yeah.
And that's what I want. It starts with accountability in the front office to and it takes guts to admit what you did was wrong and now you're trying to fix it. Instead of rushing to find that head coach, you took your time. You viewed all possible candidates and in the end we got our future coach of the year in Brian Dayball.
Well,
And
reasonable.
that is the end of it.
Yeah, and reasonable people will always accept when you take responsibility for your failures. Reasonable people will always accept your apology in terms of, because it's better to just be, if everybody in the room knows you screwed it up, there's no need in trying to cover it up. Just accept the responsibility, and then everybody can just move on. And,
And
and,
this
and that's
is,
what he
yep.
done.
And this is one of the richest organizations in the NFL. There is absolutely, bar none, there is no excuse as to how and why this organization was like it was for the last six or so seasons. Absolutely, bar none.
It's
Accountability needs to happen,
Yeah,
and
well,
I'm
it's what
glad
I
it
said
did.
too. Gettleman, the reality is that okay, Gettleman was terrible at picking coaches. I never, because all right, Pat Shermer come in here, and then who was Pat Shermer's offensive coordinator? I can never remember that freaking
Hold
guy's
on,
name.
I can go. I can go check
Was
right
it was
God,
it
now.
Mike Schuler?
yes.
Yeah,
Okay, let
okay,
me
okay,
let me
okay.
just go on. Just look. Mike Shula to me, he's there because of who his daddy is. That's what I've always thought. I can be wrong. I've just never been impressed by that guy. And the minute that they hired Shermer and he brought Shula in, um, I,
Oh,
I
yep.
was I was
Our
done
offensive
right.
coordinator was Mike Shula, and then our defensive coordinator was James Betcher. Y'all remember him, right?
Right. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
from Arizona.
God
Mm.
Almighty. And no, I
But
mean
gee, this
they tried to act like his defense was so difficult that nobody could understand it. Well, freaking change your defense, boss. If can't
Well,
nobody
how
under, I mean,
about you
good
change the
grief,
scheme there, huh, buddy?
God dog.
It's not
Um,
that hard.
but when they brought in, so I say Gettleman's biggest failures. His biggest failure was that dude just sucked at picking coaches. Joe Judge and Shermer were his coaches. Doesn't get
Now,
much worse than
let's
that,
mhm. let's analyze
my
Daniel
opinion.
Jones under just Shermer's first year, right? This is a rookie who threw for 3,000 yards, 24 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions.
Hmm.
Now
Hmm.
take fumbles away from it because come on, he was a rookie. Rookies tend to have mistakes. I get that. But if you manage to throw for 3,000 yards, 24 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions under a head coach like Pat Shermer, I expect that you build off on it. Now, granted, we didn't have the best of all lines. I'll be granted. We didn't get Andrew Thomas till the year after that. But I expect, like, shouldn't there be some sense of urgency to want to build on a quarterback who threw for, I'll say it again, 3,000 yards, 24 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions?
Yeah,
Shouldn't there be
and
some
and and I'll
urgency?
say this: that those fumbles, a lot of those, they were 100% on Daniel Jones having almost zero pocket awareness. Like to me,
Mm,
his first 2 years, his pocket awareness was horrendous. Like
absolutely.
that was my biggest thing of coming into this season was that had, if he had any chance of being successful, he had to, his pocket awareness had to increase substantially,
And
and it
this man,
did,
yep,
and it did.
and this man was sacked 38 times his rookie season. 38.
His rookie year, 38 times.
Yep, he was
Yeah.
sacked 38 times his rookie year.
Hmm. So, and some of that was to me like he just and it's kind of like what I always say. I think a lot of Saquon's injuries came from him trying too hard because the team was so bad. He just was trying to freaking score on every single time he touched the ball because he knew they were bad, and so he was doing that extra stuff that ended up getting him hurt. And so even for Daniel, and so for Daniel Jones, he was trying to hang on in the pocket just too long behind a bad offensive line, and he paid the price by
Mm.
getting fumbles and getting sacks. He should have been running for his
That's
life.
called rookie mistakes.
Right, right. I mean, he
Correct.
did. He just held on the ball too long, and it just and he paid the price for that junk. He paid the price, and not only did he pay the price in the game, he's actually paid the price in terms of his reputation of what he can and can't do. Because that's he's kind of deemed as a turnover machine, even though he's corrected it. It's still that stigma is still on him, and probably always will be.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think the stigma can change around Jones, and just he has to show it. He just has to show it, and I think he's on a good path to show it, but he has to keep going.
He has to. And Nina and I was very happy with him under the day ball system. Like I said, this is year one of the day ball system. Imagine what he's gonna do in year two of the day ball system with a better team around him.
Well, he's going to have some continuity too, where he's going to be under this system for the second year. He knows what the coach is going to do, so his trust level in the coaches and then some players around him and stuff. So, yeah, I mean,
But
it's like Dre said. I mean, it's kind of playoffs or bust. Like that's really important. They need to make that
and it's
this year.
not just him, GRC. We also have to think about if you look at the evolution of Mike Kafka and altogether just our coaching staff. I feel like the further along the year got, the better they got. Now the final scores of the games might not show that, but you can attribute that to a lot of injuries also. So
Hmm.
I'm not really taking that into consideration. I'm looking more at what did I see on the field? What did I see from the play calling on both sides of the ball? And I think they got more comfortable with the players throughout the year. And now you're telling me that Kafka is going to be back, and Jones has shown Kafka he can do the things that he would like to do. You saw it as a Vikings fan. Like you can't ignore that. The Eagles, okay, the Eagles we had no chance in that game. Not before the
Nope,
game, but during the
none.
game, you saw we had no chance. That pass rush was just too
And
much for us to handle. It is what it is, and I think even
it
that'll
is
be
what it
better. I
is.
think even our offensive line. This is going to be first time in a long time that damn near our whole offense line is going to be the same going into next season. When's the last time we could say that? That a young, improving
Not
offensive
too many
line
times. Correct.
is actually getting another year to gel. So the more that they gel, I just feel like there's no way that this team can take a step back. If we take a step back, it's a failure. Unless we
Exactly.
just
And
have a lot of injuries.
we cannot afford to take a step back. Absolutely not.
Unless injuries just play a big part in it, you just see a lot of
Right,
injuries and
right.
stuff like
I
that. That's
understand that.
different. I'm not gonna hold that against them. But I'm when
Yeah,
we speak like this, I'm never gonna assume that guys get hurt. I'm always gonna assume guys stay healthy.
that's right.
So
Yep.
Correct.
making the
Hmm.
assumption we have a healthy football team, I don't see how you can expect less than at least 8 or 9 wins, and that's me trying to lower my own expectations because my real expectations are playoffs. Like if we don't make the playoffs, I'm gonna be pissed off. Oh,
Absolutely. This team has the capability of being a playoff team this year.
and I don't know how you can twist it in any other way. Like I don't know how you can say, oh hey, look, we won 7 games, but we were really good this year. No, we weren't good enough because if we were good enough, we would have won more than 7 games. I don't want to have
Well,
another
that's
year
what
like J
coming
Bo,
into the
like Joe Judge.
no.
Well, according to Pro Football Reference, our expected win or expected win loss is that we would be what, uh, 8, 8, and 9.
I mean, look, obviously a lot of things are
Hey, I
still
had
gonna
us going
happen. A
10-7.
lot of things are still gonna happen. But what we're gonna do right now, 'cause I'm off work right now. I got some time, so I'm gonna pull up our schedule, right? I'm gonna pull up our schedule and we can go through it. We can go through it, and obviously
Oh, I'm
things will
way ahead of
change.
you.
Things are gonna change, but Washington. I feel like we should beat Washington probably twice, at least once.
No, no, no,
I
not
agree.
probably, definitely.
Well, I mean, look, it's a divisional rival. So I usually what I do with the divisional rivals is I usually split those games just because you never know what happens in the division.
No, mm-mm. I can't remember the last time that a Washington team beat us.
Well,
I can't
last season
remember it.
twice.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, that horrible excuse of
I
no.
I'm just saying it was twice
I
last
can't.
season.
No,
Okay,
I
well,
want to go back to that game.
look, just for the sake, you can keep the tally of 2-0. I'm gonna go 1-1 just to try to stay a little bit grounded. Arizona, I feel like we should beat Arizona. New head coach. We don't know if Kyler Murray will be back by then. Even if he is back, it's the same after injury. There's problems. We don't even know who the OC is going to be. Nobody really wants to work with Kyler Murray. I could see that being a really big shit show, and I have us winning that game.
Okay.
All right.
At Dallas. At Dallas, we're going to lose.
So we're 2-1 at that point. So all right.
We'll lose at Dallas. I don't see us going into Jerry World and winning. I don't think that happens next year.
Mm,
Me personally,
That's three.
if
Is that 3-2?
it would be 3-2, yeah. Miami, I mean, right now, who's going to be the quarterback?
we don't know.
Is Tua
Probably
going to be
two,
back?
but I don't
Well,
know.
is Tua going to be back? That's the thing about it. And even then, is Tua going to be healthy by the time we play them? There's a lot of questions there. That one, I'm going to give, I'll call that a 50-50. Like, I don't want to say we'll win that game. If I'll say this, if Tua is there and Tua's playing like he did at the beginning of the season, I think we're probably going to lose that game. Is that fair to say?
Um, I think we should win that game.
Okay, if you guys think we'll win that game, we'll count it as a W. So we would be what 4-2, right?
Yep, 4-2.
All right, then versus
Mm-hmm.
Dallas, I'm giving us the win versus Dallas
Okay.
at home. Versus Philly, they're losing their coordinators, they're losing a lot of players. It might not be justified, but I'm giving us the W against Philly at home.
All
Five
right.
and two.
So, what would our record be? We would be what, five and
Five
two,
and
Five
two
and
at this
two.
point.
5 and 2.
Versus the
All right.
Rams, I think we can beat the
You don't know
Rams.
who their quarterback's going to be.
And
Yeah.
I think Matt Stafford is going to be their quarterback, right? Or
Yeah, they have to.
Matt
What's
Stafford,
his injury? Is he going to be back from
I
his
think it's
injury?
a spinal injury.
I don't know, but I still think
I
even with Matt
mm,
Stafford as there, I think we can win that game. I don't think that's a stretch.
all right. So we'll
That's
be
six and 2.
6-3.
Six and
No,
six
six and
and
two.
two
Oh well, 6-2. Excuse
versus
me. Sorry,
Seattle at home.
six and
We're
two.
going
All
through
right.
the schedule right now,
Yeah,
right? Just to
yeah,
Yeah.
we're going through the schedule. Right now we 6-2.
We're
I go over it with you real quick, Mello. We beat
All
Washington
right.
one time or two times. We beat Arizona. We lose to Dallas at Dallas. We beat Miami. We beat Dallas at home, and we beat Philly at home. Hold on. So we're actually we would be 5-1 at that point. All right, then we beat the Eagles at home. That's 6-1. Beat the Rams 7-1.
7-1.
Somewhere these losses got to start coming in because right now we sounding mad unrealistic.
Because
Nah, I don't think so. I
Seattle,
don't think
what we
so at
doing with
all.
Seattle?
Seattle is always a toss up for us. Seattle always, even when we had Odell, even before Odell, Seattle's always a tricky game for us. So however y'all want to do that, I'm cool
I
with it.
mean,
If
come
you want
on.
to chalk it as an L,
Come
I'm
on.
cool with that. If you want to chalk it as a dub,
This
go
is
ahead. Bro.
no. This is the same team that with Colt McCoy and Wayne Gallman managed to beat a Seattle team with Russell Wilson, Tyler Lockett, and DK Metcalf. So what are we? So
yeah.
what are we
Man,
doing?
I'm
So it's
with
in New
you.
York, right? It's in New York.
It's just Seattle is just one of those. Seattle is just one of those teams to me, man. Like
You're
like
100% right, Mello. You're
I've always
100% right.
the Giants are one of them tricky teams. Like we will lose to a team like Detroit, and I said that. I said losing to this game this season, losing to the
My
Lions is one
fault.
of the most Giant things to do.
I
Nah,
I got a call.
Yep.
don't
My
even get
fault.
me started on that Detroit
So where do
game.
we land
Mm-mm.
on the
But
Yeah,
Seattle game?
but beating Minnesota,
Where
huh?
do we land on that Seattle game? I got a call.
We're talking
Oh,
about it. We're
we
playing
still
in New
talking about.
York,
Yeah,
right?
we're
at
playing at
home.
home, right? I'm giving us the W.
We
Dang, man.
I mean,
Seattle's tough, man. I don't know because they seem like they have us figured out for the last 20
I
years.
I could definitely see us losing that game. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I could
Yeah,
too.
I'm with you either way. Yeah, that's cool. Okay,
Yeah.
Dre, let's go seven. What's that? 7-2 then?
Seven, we're 8-2, I think. Hold on, let's start from 2, 3, loss, win, 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 win. Yeah, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-1, right? 7-1, 1, 2, 3,
Now the loss with
4,
Seattle should make us 7-2, I think.
7-2. Yeah,
Y'all
with
got
Seattle is
y'all got
7-2.
us losing. I got us winning.
Seattle will
Yeah,
be
well,
seven and
Seattle
two.
seven
All
and
right,
two.
so New England
Yep.
at home. I think we could beat New England at home. How y'all feel about that one?
I think so. I'm good with that.
How about you, Mello? What you think about New England at home?
I'm good with that. I think Brian Dable gonna have a lot to prove on that one, bro.
Which one?
New England at
New
home.
England.
Let's see. Let me
I
analyze
ain't
New
gonna
England.
hold you. Belichick gonna have something drawn up, man. I think it's gonna be one of them games where Dable gonna have to manage this game. He gonna have to coach this one up.
All right, so this is the Apprentice
I think
versus
he
the
could.
Good
I
Bold
think
thing
he
he's
Ones.
could
coach of
get
the
them
year.
though,
Mm.
especially with Mac
Woo.
Jones.
That's Bob, GRC. That's Bob.
You know
The
what?
blitz, the blitz that Wink
I'm.
is gonna.
You know what? I can't remember the last time the Patriots beat us in the. Oh well, excuse me, 2019. Oh well. You know what? Give me,
We can beat them. We can beat them.
give me the W. Give me the
Give
W.
me the
All right,
Giants.
so we're at
Good.
9 and
9-2.
2, 9-2. The Jets at home. We don't know who their
Come on,
quarterback is.
man. Nah, we winning against the
So
Jets. Give me the
right
W, man.
now,
Jets is pretty
Give
good
me,
right
well,
now.
they're good, but they don't have a quarterback.
man. Jets being good
I,
for one.
I want
That's
to go through
I
crazy.
this
That's
again.
I don't
nasty work.
I want to go through this again when camp comes around to see how our answers change. But right now, I don't know how you could say the Jets beat us if they don't have a quarterback.
Come on, man. Like, if you say to me that the Jets are gonna beat us with Zach Wilson at QB, something's wrong.
And don't
Something
worry,
must be
I
off the
got
that's
some
what
wall.
he's
losses.
saying.
I got some losses coming. No, I'm saying right now, I got us beating the Jets.
Okay, yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
So, because that's what
Yep.
I'm
Give us
thinking is
the.
Aaron Rodgers going to do the same thing that Brett Favre done, leave the Green Bay Packers and go to
Well,
the
if
Jets?
that
I don't think
happens,
that's
then
going to
we
Man,
happen.
come on. Don't
can
stop it,
have
man.
that conversation when that comes. But
Come on. Give.
Uh,
I'm giving us the
right now,
W
Zach
until
Wilson will
further
be their
notice.
quarterback. That's the quarterback they
all
got.
right,
So yep, it'll
ten
be
and two.
what at home. I mean, is it
I got
really?
some losses coming for y'all
Oh
now,
well, we
though.
share the same stadium, so
he got some
I
losses
got some
coming.
losses coming at Philly.
All
like
right.
if we practically share the same stadium, it shouldn't even be a home or an away
Well,
game. It should
it'll be
just be a
blue.
game.
Goddamn it, it's
But
gonna be blue, so it's a home game.
and yeah, mind you, it was Giant Stadium first before they changed it to
See,
MetLife.
okay. So we losing at Philly. I'm here to tell you that we not sweeping Philly.
I could definitely see us losing to Philly at Philly.
Anybody disagree with that?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little
So,
frisky. I think we're going to beat them twice next year.
mm,
Well, I don't know.
mm.
But we'll go with the loss.
I
We'll
mean,
go with the
All
split.
let's
right, so
see.
that's
We're
The
10 and
split.
what
three.
I'm
10?
good with going with the
That'll be
split.
10 and
We're
three.
what 10-3
All right, so we
right
got
now.
San Fran after that. I'm not. I'm not picking us to beat San
Mm,
Francisco.
I think that might be a loss too.
I think that'd be a loss.
Even with us
Yeah.
not knowing who their quarterback is, Kyle Shanahan has a track record of taking an everyday Joe and making him a good quarterback. So
We 9-4 now.
10-4.
10 and
Ten and
4.
four. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
I
9-4, nine and
like I
four,
said,
nine
I
and
don't
four.
know
Because we
who.
got 4
I'm
games left.
assuming
9-4.
4 games.
now. I'm assuming that
Yeah.
the Niners QB will be Trey Lance.
We'll see when that
I
comes
That's
don't
what
even
I'm
think.
around.
assuming.
I don't think it matters. I think that defense is just if they still intact like
That
they are.
defense is just
Yeah. So
monstrous. Yeah,
I'd give this
Okay.
I have
game
us
just.
I
losing.
got another one for you. And this one gonna get a little spicy. I got us losing this game, but I could definitely see us pulling this one out. Buffalo. At Buffalo. I could see us winning that game. I'm gonna go with a loss for now.
Jesus Christ, we
Nah,
gotta.
hey Andre, that's the most giant thing to do.
But
My
not
lord,
even
That's the
not
man.
just
most
even
giant
that
thing to
though.
do is to go into Buffalo and
Are
beat
you
them.
Not even
Are
just
you
that though.
serious?
I could see
We
Dayball like, I'm not gonna lose to no fucking Josh Allen. I made him. Fuck you mean?
mm,
But right now
yeah,
I'm
I'm
giving a
putting
Lamelo
an
thinks
loss.
that's
asterisk.
a
Yeah, I'm
giant
putting
thing
an
to do.
asterisk next
Game.
to this one. But you mean to tell me we gotta play Buffalo at Buffalo?
I'm
Dear
look. I'm
God,
going with a
man.
loss right now. But my position on that one might change by the time that game come around. I'm telling you that now.
I'm going.
Uh,
I'm going
it.
with my coach of the year on that game
Yeah,
again, and I'm gonna say he's gonna
it might be
outsmart
like
Josh Allen.
it's gonna be a toss up for me, but
Okay, so
I'm going with my coach of the year.
He's gonna
I want to
tell
go with
Week
the
what that
W.
man's weaknesses are.
Like he's the one that made Josh
So we're
Allen. Like, what are we
11,
doing here?
11 and no, well, 10-4, 10-4, right?
10-4. 10-4.
Vegas.
Hey, I got us
I'm
winning
giving
that
us the
game.
W against Vegas.
Oh, Vegas. Oh, come on, give us a W. Come on,
I
man.
don't think that.
11-4.
All right,
I don't. That's not bad to me, right there, Andre. I don't think that's unrealistic, and I don't think that
we
that's
still
bad
got
at
two
all.
more games
I
to
don't.
go though.
We
That's
got 4 games to
crazy.
Two
go.
more, two more.
Two.
Oh, two more.
Oh,
Come
okay.
New
on.
Orleans,
Yeah. Look, I'm just late.
New
I'll tell you.
Orleans.
New Orleans,
What you got
New
on New
at
Orleans.
Orleans,
New
Mello?
Orleans. I'm taking us to win.
See, that's a
That's a
Giants game to
W.
lose.
I'll give you
Well,
that
No,
one.
yeah.
I got us
That
I'll give
winning
you
it.
Nah, I
that one.
got another one.
Because
that
they're a
This
dumpster
next
fire,
one,
right?
this next
They're a
one,
dumpster
Yep, they're
fire.
a
this
dumpster
next one
fire.
is gonna be the
That's a
one we
Delusion.
W.
lose.
So
We're
that
gonna lose
means
the
we'll
last two
be
then.
12-4.
12
All
and
right,
4. This one
twelve
right
and
here is
four.
gonna be the one we lose. Green Bay at home.
Come
You know
on,
why that's gonna be
we're
the one?
winning.
No,
Come
no, no,
on,
no, no.
man.
Look, I'm gonna tell you why it's gonna be the game we lose.
Green Bay at home.
Every Giants fan in the fucking world is gonna say, "Oh, we beating Green Bay at home," similar to another team that we were supposed to beat this year and lost to because the way we beat them last year, nobody's gonna have us losing that game in our fan base, and then we're gonna turn around and lay a fucking egg.
And lose.
Well, until further notice, I have us winning against Green Bay
So you
at
have us
home.
going 14-3. That's that. I look.
No.
I,
Wait. 14-3. Wait, I thought we had what
or
more
13-4,
losses?
13-4.
Oh, 13-4. Excuse me.
See,
Can we
I gotta.
can we go 13-4, Dre? Can we do it?
I know I got at least one more loss, and we have to lose one of these games we think we're gonna win. It's gonna happen, probably two of them, if I'm being realistic. So
I mean, so here's my thing. Here's
I
my thing.
mean,
I think
maybe
we're
the
being
Bills,
too.
but
I
maybe
do think we're
maybe.
being too optimistic, but I think we also gun shy at the same time.
see, my thing about this though,
2 things can't be true.
my
I'm with you.
I agree,
Mm.
but the reason I wanted to go through the schedule is what is this narrative we've been hearing lately? Oh, we have a hard schedule next year. Where?
Yeah, everybody's gonna get better but us.
Where is that schedule hard? I give you the Buffalo game. I'll give you the San Francisco game. Our divisional games. I'll give you. Who the hell else are we playing? Maybe Miami. Miami should be a good game. Who else?
Dre, the narrative is everyone's going to get better except for the Giants because of Daniel
I mean,
Jones. That's the narrative.
if you tell me the Raiders get
That is
if the
crazy.
Raiders get Aaron Rodgers, the Raiders game looks different.
Right. I agree with that.
But until further
Now, if the Jets
notice,
get Derek Carr, that Jets game looks a little bit different too. It's going to be a little harder. probably
Come on, we ain't losing to no Derek Carr.
look Derek.
Come on,
All right,
man.
yeah,
What are we doing?
yeah. I'll tell
Right.
you.
Hey, Tay, that don't even sound right, do it, Tay?
We
Hey,
ain't
look,
losing to no
look.
Derek
I
Carr,
get it,
man.
but we gonna have to lose. Look, it's gonna happen. If we go 12-5 or 13-4, it's gonna be a half a Giants Twitter that has me blocked by the end of the season. I am acting a
Yeah.
complete ass all season. You don't want to.
Hey. You know what? My floor for this season is gonna be at 9 to 10 wins. Our
How
ceiling
many?
might be 12 to 13.
How many wins do we have to make the playoffs?
I think
We need
Listen,
to
at this
have at
point, I want the
least
number one seed. I want the
yep, we
NFC
need to have at
championship to
oh
least
come
no,
through.
see,
nine to
see,
ten
y'all
wins to
keep
make the
going
to make the
further and further.
playoffs.
I was just trying to make my
My
point.
fault. I'm in 2024, Dre. My fault, because 2024 my year. That's gonna be the year, Dre. That's gonna be Dre. We're gonna be. It's gonna be us full once again right here. We're gonna be like Dre. You know what? We went to the conference. It was cool, man. You know we got a few more things to work on, and you gonna 2024. That's it
My
for us,
whole
Dre.
point is about the whole thing, and that sounds beautiful, Mello. But I'm looking at that's why I'm looking at next season like it's playoffs or bust. You're not gonna tell me with that schedule we can't make the goddamn playoffs.
Like, come on, like we're going to the playoffs on
And I
that
get it. I
schedule.
want, like I
Yeah.
said, we got to revisit this conversation after free agency and the draft, and before training camp,
Yeah.
we'll
Right.
revisit this.
But let's
We'll revisit
assume
this.
let's
You're right.
assume our GM is going to do what we know that he's going to do, and we're going to really get some talent, or let me say, start to get some talent, because 2024, Dre, I'm telling you, that's
Mm-hmm.
when it's going to be it. But when we start to get some real talent in here, yeah, I don't think it's. I think us overachieving this year should make our expectations even higher. I think now it's time to be like, okay, let's shake off the fact that we've been bad all of these years. Let's shake off the fact that in October we're already looking at draft picks. You know what? We actually making it. We gotten in the playoffs comfortably. It wasn't like we skated in there. We had already clinched. And if we would
Hmm.
have beat the
Exactly.
Commanders, we would have been already done. So it's like, okay, like now let's set some expectations so we can have a standard. Let's make the playoffs
Correct,
the standard,
Mello.
just how you
You know
said, Dre.
what?
Go ahead, bro.
We see this season we did what we had to do in order for us to clinch the playoff, in order for us to clinch a playoff berth. And and let's not also forget who also gave the Cowboys a playoff berth when they lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars, right? Oh, but Cowboys fans are so quick to forget about that, right? Oh,
Hmm.
I'll wait.
For the
But
playoff, they were going to
but
make
going
the
back to
playoffs
my
either way,
team,
though.
yep.
They were making the playoffs either way. That wasn't just because us. They were good enough to be in the playoffs.
The point is they
So
needed help though,
They
Dre.
didn't
They
need
We
help,
ain't
needed
need
no,
help.
no
no.
help,
They
Dre.
needed help to clinch in that week, but they were a playoff team already by then. They had a better record than us, so they were always going to make the playoffs.
Oh,
here's my thing. So when
true.
I
But
look back,
they
so
had
we won
true, but
nine.
they also had a quarterback who only played 12 games. Now I understand the injury, but when you're tied with Davis Mills for the most interceptions, and Davis Mills played all his games too, I mind you, when you're tied with 15 interceptions with a guy who played down in Houston, Texas, with a full season, something is wrong.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying they were what
But that's neither
13.
here nor
They were
there.
like
That's none of
13
my
and four,
business.
right?
Oh, what's
They
that?
were like 13 and 4, so they were already like
Who, the
there was a
Cowboys?
conversation that if we were to beat the Eagles week 18 and San Francisco was to lose, that they could potentially be the number one seed. So they were
Yep.
deep enthralled in the playoffs already. It wasn't because we beat the
Hmm.
Jaguars.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were already in the playoffs.
And mind you that the Eagles struggled mightily against Giants practice squad team. I'm gonna keep bringing it up. Let's be honest, Jalen Hurts wasn't at 100%. He struggled, but
So
hey,
here's my thing. I think
mm-hmm.
if you look back at this season, we won 9 games. I think we were in the Seattle game, barring a couple of turnovers. We could have easily won that game. That would have made put us at 10 wins. Um, Dallas game, that one game, we were in that game for a while. I think we could have won that.
Yep, it was
So
the
we
first game at
probably, if
home.
we really broke down the season and looked at a couple of these games that we could have, we probably should have beat the Redskins and not tied with them. So I'm saying that to say this is that if we won 9 games this season, is it unrealistic to say, okay, with this coaching staff, this team, and then them adding, saying they're going to add some quality pieces for next year, is it unfathomable that we could possibly win 12 to 13 games this season? Is it
You know
unrealistic?
what? And to that question, I say no.
I don't see
It's
it.
not
I
unfathomable.
just don't. I don't see 13. Well, I see 10, 11 wins, maybe at the max 12, but I don't see 13.
So so your point is then, Dre, and that's fine. I don't have necessarily have an issue with that, but you're saying we're one regular season. We should be at least one regular season game better than what we were last year, or would it be two because of the tie?
Well, I don't think you can. I don't think you can necessarily even do it like that because we're not playing the
Uh huh.
exact same opponents. Now, if it was the exact same
Gotcha.
teams we were playing, you could say, "Oh yeah, you got to get one bit win better." But I just feel, I
Okay.
feel like looking at our schedule, we can go through it and say, "Oh yeah, we're going to win that one. We're going to win that one." I think we'll drop at least 2 games that we think we're supposed to win. And I gave you
Okay.
2 games that could be harder games come game time anyways. Because if Aaron Rodgers is with the Raiders or if he's with the Jets, either one of
Hmm.
those games gets harder. Now, what happens on the flip side is the Green Bay game gets even easier because they don't have the quarterback. But I mean, Derek Carr going to one of those teams. Say what you will, but Derek Carr is a good quarterback.
Well, and I'll be honest. Did we say the Seattle was a loss or a win?
I think it was the law.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah. Yeah.
I had it as a
Look,
one.
if it was
Okay.
up to you, we would be 17-0. Goddamn it!
Like, come on, let's keep it a buck here. Let's keep it a buck here.
17 and oh, that sounds pretty good too. I mean, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it's yeah, I think we should at least win 9, 10, 11. 9, 10 games. I'm okay with that.
Yep, the
Um,
floor is 9 to 11 wins.
but like you say, so now does 9 wins get you back in the playoffs this year? Depending on what other teams do, what losses you have. I mean, it's you know,
Well, I think so.
it's some variable.
I
Huh?
think so. Like you're gonna have some teams that get better, but you're gonna have other teams that regress. Like who were the
Yeah.
seven
Mm.
playoff teams this year for the NFC? It was the Eagles, it was us, it was the Cowboys, it was San Francisco,
Tampa Bay,
Tampa
It
Bay,
was the
Tampa Bay,
Minnesota
the
Minnesota,
Vikings.
Vikings.
Well, no, well, come on,
Okay,
Tampa Bay's
Seahawks.
not going to be in the playoffs
Tampa,
this
yeah,
time
Tampa's
around.
not gonna be anywhere near the playoffs. Unless maybe if they get Derek Carr, maybe they can get back in the playoffs. But I don't think they're getting Derek Carr. But barring them getting
Seahawks
Nah,
Derek
going
Tampa
back.
Carr,
Bay's nah. Derek Carr's not going to Tampa
well, he
Bay.
could.
Seahawks going to the playoffs.
Seahawks, I don't know. It's hard to
I
say,
think they might mess around, and I think they might because let's be honest, the other, well, excuse me, hold on, the Rams might be coming back
but
healthier. I
but
don't
it's
know.
hard to say when it comes to the Seahawks because you have a lot of rookies on that roster, or not. They're not rookies anymore, but usually year two comes around and they hit a wall. And
Hmm.
the fact that they have so many, I think they played the most rookies out of everybody last year. And I could see them maybe hitting a wall. I'm not saying it'll happen, but I could see that. I could see their progression being stunted a little bit. Maybe the tackles don't necessarily get better right away. Teams have a full season of tape on those tackles, so they can manipulate those tackles maybe in a different way. Same thing with the corners.
Hmm.
You see the corners' tendencies, what you can do well against them. So I could see them possibly taking a step back. I could also see Geno Smith turning back into Geno Smith. Just because he had a good season doesn't mean it's going to continue. We don't know. He's in his
Mm.
mid 30s. and he finally had a great season. So
Great season, but nah, he shouldn't have won comeback of the year. That title belonged to
that
Saquon.
didn't belong to Saquon. It belonged to Nick Gates, if we want to be honest. Coming back from that
Mm.
injury, that's who should have been the comeback player of the year. But no, but
Mm.
I mean, the same way I'm saying the Seahawks could have regressed, I also don't want to say like we're just gonna get better. We could have regression too. Like we didn't have as many rookies starting, but we're gonna have a lot of new pieces. Like we're gonna have a new cornerback too. Um, Aaron Robinson could be our slot corner going in the next year. Probably gonna have one or two new linebackers in the lineup. Dexter Lawrence, I don't think you have a way better season than he had this year because he already had a great season this year. So even if he stays at that level, Aziz, is he going to be able to finally stay healthy? Because if he can't stay healthy, then Aziz doesn't bring us anything. Kayvon, is Kayvon going to step up and learn some more pass rush moves in the offseason? If not, I'm not expecting him to have like an amazing season next year because he didn't have it this year. So there's things I think you could say that damn near about every team. The difference is while Pete Carroll is a great coach, he's old school. He's real old school. I don't think he's developing with the times. I think Dayball, Kafka, Tierney, those are younger guys. The younger guys that develop with the times. I think that's the big difference between us and like a team like Seattle, where I could see us maybe being a better team than Seattle next year.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think if you look at it, we're the only team that's really going to come in and have kind of some consistency. Right now, these other teams they don't have that,
Ding, ding, ding.
and
I mean, if I look
that's going to help the Giants.
to that point, if we just go through our schedule and just quickly, Washington, new OC, possibly no or new owner. Arizona, new everything. Dallas, new OC, or not new OC, but McCarthy's going to be
Mm.
their OC. We don't know how that's
Yeah,
going to work out.
Oh my
Miami, you
lord.
have questions at the quarterback. Is Tua going to ever play again? I know he wants to, but will he? I don't know if he's been cleared. If he hasn't been cleared, will he ever be cleared again after the concussions he had? He didn't have normal concussions either. Then Philly, new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator. To be fair, I think their offensive coordinator is their quarterbacks coach, though. I think they're promoting him. So that shouldn't change much on the offensive side of the ball. But on defense, they got to figure out what they're going to do. The Rams, didn't the Rams have like three or four staff members leave because McVay said go look for other opportunities? I'm not sure if I'm
I
coming
think
back.
Mm,
so. Yeah,
mm, yeah.
Okay, so they have new staff members. Not exactly sure where, but they have new guys. Seattle probably has like they're probably the only one up until now that's in the same position as we are as far as not losing anybody. I can't think of anybody that they lost in the offseason.
mm-mm.
And they don't really have any questions at quarterback if assuming Gino is the guy again. Then the Jets. Well, Jets have more than likely a new quarterback coming in. Philly, we already went through Philly. San Francisco, new DC. While I think that DC is amazing, I think Wilkes is going to be amazing for them. Doesn't change the fact he's a new DC again.
That's right.
Buffalo, Buffalo, I think they have some consistency. I don't think they lost anybody.
Well, they have some consistency, but they probably have a little bit of doubt going on too. That
Their offensive coordinators on the hot seat.
yeah, they're going to mentally. I think they'll be struggling a little bit in the season. Maybe by the time we play them, they might be okay.
Las Vegas, they're we're probably gonna, or then definitely gonna have a new quarterback.
Yeah.
So that's not consistent. New Orleans just needs a new everything because they're a dumpster fire.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we know who their quarterback is going to be either, right? They were interested in Daniel Jones, Derek Carr. They're interested in anybody because they don't have anybody.
Oh, didn't Derek Carr go down there and have another meeting or something the other day?
I don't know. I know he they wanted to trade him to the Saints and he said no.
Oh,
But
gotcha.
I
Okay.
think
Okay. I didn't hear
I
that.
think Styles and somebody said that that's because he wants a new contract. I don't know the whole situation, so but I know
Mm-hmm.
for sure they're in the market for a quarterback. And then you have Green Bay. Now, depending on what happens with Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love could be their starter.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so you do have a lot of shakeup when it comes to our schedule. And the other thing that's going to be interesting to see, when do we play these teams? And me personally, I hope we play the Eagles early in the season at the Eagles. I would rather play them at their stadium early in the season because they won't have everything figured out yet. Same thing with the Cowboys. I want to get McCarthy early. What do you think Wink is going to do to McCarthy's offense? Uh, there's Buffalo. I would like to get Buffalo early too.
Hmm.
San Francisco. Give me all of those hard teams. Give me those teams that are supposed to be good. Give them all to me early.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm
All
okay
right.
with that.
I would rather have
Get
a
us battle tested. Get us battle tested early, and let's get some of the better teams, best games, and mm, maybe be able to start pulling out some of those wins going into the second half of the season and building some momentum going into the playoffs.
yeah, like playing Washington late. I don't mind that. I don't think Washington is going to be
Mm-mm.
really good next year anyway. So I don't mind playing them later in the season. But if you tell me I can get a Miami week one, I would love to play Miami week one. Or if you tell me I can get Buffalo or the Eagles or the Cowboys week one or the Niners, one of those teams week one, I would love to do that.
Well, I would like to have our first, maybe, like thinking like in terms of college. I'd like to have a cupcake game, little homecoming game, the first one. That way we can start off 1-0. I would like to start off 1-0, if there's such a thing as a cake game in the NFL.
Well, that game on our schedule next year would probably be the Arizona game.
Okay, then give me that one. First game of the season.
Arizona or the Saints. Those are two games where I would say I don't think that I don't see a possibility of us losing either of those games. Arizona early because first of all, is Kyler even going to be there? And even if Kyler is there, you have a new OC, new head coach. Everything is new still.
Yeah, new offense he's got to learn. Is
Exactly.
he going to be in the books? Is he going to do what he needs to do to get there? Or they're going to have some kind of big blow up in the off season.
And I get what you're saying. You would like a cake game early, but I would like for us to play one of those tough teams right off the bat because I feel like that makes your team wake up week one. Week one, you have to be ready to go.
That's true.
Uh, I would like to start the season full of intensity. And if you're playing one of those cupcake games, you get into the danger of, like, let's say you blow them out, similar to the way we did the Colts. Week two, if you're playing one of those other teams I mentioned, and you just think you're going to walk in there and do what you did week one, you're in for a rude awakening. And it could get really
Yeah.
bad really quick. Especially if you think about all the young players we're going to have. We have 11 picks. So let's say we don't make any trades and we take 11 guys. And 7 or 8 of those guys are contributors. Those young guys are going to get cocky early if they come out their first game and blow somebody out the water. I'd rather have a close game where we barely get out of it alive, and then maybe the second game play one of those teams like Arizona or something, to where you've gotten that tough win, and then you can just go in and blow somebody out of the water, get some of that momentum going. And then when you start playing those other teams, it feels and it looks a lot different. Uh,
Yeah, I think that yeah, I'm okay with all that, and I just think it's funny. I mean, when you go through the schedule and you kind of look at what and like say anybody could just turn it on and just be 10 times better than what you think, and I mean there's a lot, like you say, a lot of times it depends on who you play when you play,
Mm.
and so but I mean I'm not necessarily terrified of the schedule. I think that it feels good to feel good about going into the season with what we've got going on this team right now.
yeah, and
So free agency starts when? When is free agency?
it
That's starting at the end of the month, right?
has to be
Or
soon.
the first week of March.
Does it
It's like
start?
the
Does it start when the combine starts, or is it after the combine?
before it.
So it has to be
It's
like
before the
next week.
combine. Yeah, it's
Hold
real.
on.
Let me
When
just
does
pull up my calendar.
NFL?
Let's see.
The No, it starts after the combine.
Oh, is it?
After the combine, it's March 15th is when it starts at 4
Oh, the
p.m.
combine
Eastern.
must be the fourth.
Yeah, the combine is from the 2nd to the 7th of March. So after the
Yeah. Okay. All
that
right. I
makes
think I.
sense though. Because think about it, you go to the combine, you look at some prospects, and you have a better idea of guys you like, and then you have a better idea of what
Yeah.
you need in free agency. So that makes sense.
Yeah. I got it flipped in my brain. I think. Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
But yeah, so I mean, I I do think it's going to get really interesting in about a month, especially when is the draft. Does anybody know when the draft is this year?
I don't.
Hold on, let me look that up. When is the NFL draft? So, draft. Oh, the Thursday, the 27th of April. So we have two interesting months coming up. So
Hmm.
what next Saturday in a month, or in 2 months
Yep.
is the draft then?
Yeah, we've got about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks to kind of mull over some stuff, and then we get to see um, the combine, and then coming out of that,
Going to free
you're gonna
agency.
have the free eight. You're gonna have free agency, and then based on that, you're gonna have plenty to talk about in terms of free agency and what football players started shining at the combine and stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna be real.
And that's when you can get into the meat and potatoes of who are we really going to take in the NFL draft? Because
Hmm.
once you once people start filling holes in free agency, because I mean on the PFF mock draft thing, they take into account your needs. But if some teams fill needs in free agency, they're not necessarily going to take that in the draft. So you might have some
Yep.
guys that we like taken earlier because it fits a need for them, but they might reach a little bit more. But you could also see guys that we like drop a little further because they pick somebody up in free agency. Like let's say a team that's right now on the first mock to take a corner, and I don't think this would really deter them, but maybe. Let's say they pick up a Bradbury, and they say, "Oh, you know what? We can wait another year for a corner,"
Changes their board.
and it could be what we need for one of the corners, like a Witherspoon or a Joey Porter Jr. to drop to us.
Hmm.
So that's when it's going to get interesting. Once that free agency period is over with, the between then and the draft is when we can really have real conversations about, okay, these are the guys that are mocked here. This is kind of the big board. What I like to do too is I like to go through like different sites and kind of compare the big board because the guy might be 50th on one big board and like top 10 on another one.
Yeah, that's my thing with like the mock drafts and like. See, I don't like to. I won't like. I want to look at it realistically. Like I want it to be a guy that realistically is going to be there, not somebody that I would like to be there. You know what I mean? And so for me, it's just kind of like I don't want to get my hopes up for a guy, and then there's really no chance of him being
No,
there.
definitely.
Um,
Makes sense.
yeah, that's why. Like, I mean, I look at the mock drafts. I mean, I've never actually done one. Um, I'll probably do one after the combine and maybe after free agency, um, because then maybe I feel like I've got a little bit enough information to where I could do it realistically. Because yeah, I don't want us to. I don't want to be playing around and think I'm going to get this killer wide receiver or whatever position you want to put there, and then in reality, he's going to be gone at number 6.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. So it's like, I mean, I do them because I think they're fun, and I try to take a lot
Sure.
of that into account too. Like I try not to make those picks that are unrealistic. Like I try to stay pretty realistic with it when I'm picking a guy. Like right now, I'm doing one right now, and I'm I'm picking right now at 89. I'm looking at the board, and the next guy I like is at 95, and I think he could be there. Drew Sanders. It's a need for us, and it's a guy I could see us definitely taking in the draft. I think it's realistic for Drew Sanders to be one of our picks. Maybe not sure if he would be there in the third, maybe in the second though. That's something we'll see.
Hmm.
But I like right now. I'm looking at an updated. It's updated, and they have that Andre Eos 2000 or whatever his name is from Princeton. He shot up
Right.
all the way to 127.
What? Really?
Yeah, they updated the board, and when they updated it, he got he got into the fourth round.
Hmm.
I,
Well, that. Well, that's what it says. So your board's going to pretty much change for a lot from the first one you done up until the actual draft.
exactly. By the time the actual draft comes around, the mock drafts are going to look a lot different than they do now. But it's also good. Like if you like to go look at prospects, it's good to see like, oh, okay, well these guys are available. Because once you start seeing certain names over and over again, it makes you actually go look into certain guys.
Got you.
Well, that's what it does
So
for me.
you actually end up educating yourself a little bit better.
Exactly. Like right now, I see a quarterback I've never seen. We don't need a quarterback, but Aiden O'Connell, I haven't heard of him. If we
Hmm.
needed a quarterback, he was somebody that I would probably go look at and say, okay, well, let me see how he looks.
Sure.
That type of thing,
Hmm.
where it shows me kind of like what to expect from certain teams. Like this would hurt me. I'm at pick 128 right now. Zach Evans went 127 into a team that doesn't
That
even
was
need him.
so that's a double dose of pain right there.
Exactly. But your guy Jordan Mims is there. But going off of these rankings, I could take him in the seventh round.
Really? Yeah. And that's what I say. I just kind of like him. I don't know you know, what truly prospect he would be. And then like you say, you got to look at these guys, the competition that they're actually going against, and that kind of stuff too. Um, so they can look like world beaters if competition they're going up against isn't that strong.
Yeah, now definitely, it's definitely interesting. But you see, kind of, at least you, because I think PFF they do try to make an accurate board. You can kind of see how they feel about certain players, like Tank Dell. We were talking about all day, and right now, in every mock I do, he goes around 38. He's right in that 38 range. He doesn't get past 38 most times, and it kind of shows you that he is
So are they
valued
telling
by
you
people.
who's getting him? Are they telling you who's going to possibly get him, or are they just saying he's just going around at 38?
No, but it shows you in the mock who got. I don't know who got him in this one,
Okay.
but yeah, you can look through the picks. Like I could go look and see. Okay, who did the Cowboys select? If I'm interested in that, what it does is it also helps. Like, let's say if you want to go into a commander space, you can kind of see what kind of prospects they're targeting by going through the mock draft. Because it's
Yeah.
funny because a lot of the time you actually start talking about the same prospects. Like when I go in there and listen to them, they're talking about the same guys we are.
Yeah, I've tried to peep in on some of those when I can. And I see them up just like different fan bases, just to kind of see who they're talking about and what they're talking about. And then that way, when you play these teams, you kind of have a little bit of familiarity with them too. If it's somebody we don't play every year.
Yeah, and I mean, well, the commander spaces, I go in there a lot, especially if we don't have one
Yeah, I've been in
open.
there a bit.
If we don't have one open, I'll go in there a lot. Those are the only fans in the division you can actually go and talk to without it turning into something else.
Yeah, I've been into Texas, Dallas's. Um, I haven't talked in those, but I've went in there and just listened to them.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I would visit. I don't think I'd visit a Philly one.
Well, I mean, the Philly guys, you just have to know what you're getting into when you go into certain spaces. Philly is just going to be a lot of shit talking, but it's entertaining. If
Right.
you can stay
It's
in there
entertaining.
for a while, you'll be entertained. But it's going to be a lot of
Yeah.
shit talking when you get in there. A lot of Daniel Jones slander. That's just things you have to deal with when you go in.
Yeah. Oh, I can deal with it. It ain't no big deal. I always say, don't take it personal, even when it's personal.
But a lot of people they
So
can't do that. A lot of people take
I
everything too
know.
personal.
Yeah, you can't do that. It's Twitter, bro. Just relax. Just relax. No, it is interesting to hear because it's funny because even before the Super Bowl, I went into a space, Kansas City space, and the Kansas City's fans, their knock on Patrick Mahomes was that he never throws the check down, that he's always looking for the deep ball. And I thought that's funny because I'm like, well, dang, I've heard the exact opposite all season that our quarterback never throws the deep ball and he doesn't do nothing but throw the check down. So these guys can't win for losing with their fan bases. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what
Yeah.
they do.
Well, it's always going to be like that.
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of funny that the check down or the short passing game is usually there to set up the long game. So I mean, it all these plays that these guys do are to set up other plays and play off of what they're doing or what they think the scheme of the defense is. They all do the same stuff.
Yeah.
They just have different, but of course when I say they do the same stuff, it's the same concept. Let me get my best guy in the best position to beat your defender based on what your scheme is on certain plays, and vice versa. Same thing with how can I get my defender in the best position to stop your skill position guy. It's what everybody does, and somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose. But yeah, so I mean, if Patrick Mahomes, you know, I mean, to me, I think he's a complete quarterback. I don't, yeah, he wants the deep ball, but at the same time, it seems like to me he throws the check down when he needs to. But I don't know.
Yeah, I feel the same way, but I mean, I guess they would know better than we do.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they probably. I mean, they're watching him a lot closer than I am. So I mean, I couldn't argue the point with them. Um, I just thought it was kind of funny that that was their mindset when I have been hearing the exact opposite. All season. Um, but I mean, it's to me personally when I look at like I say when I say Patrick Mahomes, like I don't even think there's another quarterback that should even be put in the same category as him. I think he he makes everything just look easy. Like even when he's running 20 yards down the field the other night on a bum ankle, it looked easy. And it's just his body language, his movement, just the way he moves around the pocket and runs. I mean, it's almost effortlessly.
Oh, for sure.
Just and there's nobody even close to that. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's just Mahomes is on a different level.
Yep.
He's just on a complete different level.
And you're not going. I mean, that's what I say. And the term elite, I think, is just it's thrown around too much now, man. It's just. I mean, it's just thrown around so much that I think it loses its true meaning because it's overused. And that's what I said the other night. I don't know if he was, there can only be one Michael Jordan. There can only be one LeBron James. You know what I mean? Like there can only be one Lawrence Taylor. Like some of these guys, there's only one of them, and there's only going to ever be one of them. There may be some guys that are similar to them or close to them, but they usually, they're not going to be real close together. They're going to be generational players, like the term they like to use.
Yeah, they usually. That's why I say when it comes to Daniel Jones, I don't call him elite. I call him legendary because that's what he is, in my opinion. He's legendary, not elite. Because
He's not elite.
he's elite doesn't do justice to him.
Nope.
Mhm.
So what do you mean legendary? Like how? What do you define that as?
He could he could retire today and be a Hall of Famer based off of his first 5 seasons in the league. He would be a Hall of Famer if he retired today. He's done more in
Oh,
five
absolutely.
seasons than 98% of quarterbacks did in a whole career,
Yep.
and that's impressive. And that's why I say legendary because I feel like if you can do something like that, then who am I to say you're not legendary? Like elite, like you said, it gets thrown around too much. Elite isn't the right word when talking about a guy like that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that yeah, that's why I say he's one of a kind, man. Like you're just not gonna find. I mean, to me, like people talk about Burrow and they talk about um, the kid that also came, Justin Herbert, and I'm like, I don't see it. Like I don't see them on the same level or even close to Mahomes. I just don't see it. Like you said, dude's been look what he's done in his first 5 years of the season. They're not even close to that.
I could agree with that.
They're gonna have to line up and beat him in order to get to the Super Bowl. That's what they're going to have to do. Their whole career is going to have to go through Patrick Mahomes. Their whole careers. Every Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow. If Lamar stays in the with Baltimore, you know, all these guys that are in the AFC, they said that Patrick Mahomes never even played in a away playoff game. Every playoff game he's ever played in, except for the Super Bowls, have been at home.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
it puts into perspective how good he really is.
Yep.
That's,
So that's what I say. Like, if you even think back to like Peyton Manning, and he had to go through Tom Brady. So if Tom Brady's not in the league, Peyton Manning probably has at least one more ring, I would think.
yeah,
You know what I mean? When he was with the Colts,
yeah, he would have
um,
at least one more. I can agree with that.
he would probably have at least one more. And so a ring that maybe Justin Herbert would get if Patrick Mahomes is in there wasn't in there, he probably gets. Well, maybe he doesn't get a ring at all because of Patrick Mahomes
Yeah,
or Joe Burrow because of Patrick Mahomes. Not that they're not good enough to win. They just happen to play in the same division with one of the greatest that there's going to ever play the game. That sucks. you know?
yeah. I mean, that's just how it is in sports. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you don't.
Yeah, that's it. So it's yeah, he's but yeah, with the Giants schedule and stuff, I'll finish up with this. It's almost 2 o'clock where I'm at. I got to get up and go to work. But maybe the schedule doesn't seem as threatening as people want to make it out to be. I mean, it remains to be seen, but I think we can get at least 9, 10 wins out of it.
We should definitely be able to get 9 or 10 wins out of it. And I think that's doable.
Playoff bound, right?
Hopefully.
That's right. All right, partner. Well, good talking to you, and we'll talk to you tomorrow and the next day or two, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. No, I'll see you tomorrow. Good talking to you.
All right, thank you. Bye. You too. Bye.